Bling, bling. We're back. It's happening. The show is about to start, and there I am. And there goes this message. Hello, everybody. We'll start with the news. The US Federal Reserve managing to poke their nose in again. They're considering a rule change that could save banks, in particular US banks, billions upon billions of dollars in capital. In a long sought after win for the industry, with this changes that they've managed to use, they've managed to dilute Basel III because, you know, the idea of being well capitalized, right, is counter to their idea of making as much money as possible. So there's changes coming there. There's also changes coming in the crypto industry as the ETFs are set to be launched. The final day for deadlines to those form changes was yesterday, and I personally believe that we're going to see new all-time highs on Ethereum. That means it'll be back above its $4,867 previous all-time high. Stellantis are going to expand its line of affordable hybrid vehicles to 36 different models by 2026. That's to meet the demand of shifting consumer sentiment with regards to petrol-fueled cars. Shares in Novo Nordisk, the maker of that obesity drug Wegovy not be too fat anymore, we're down 1.1% after the publication of data analysis that shows rival Eli Lilly's own treatment, Mounjaro, leads to faster and greater weight loss. Porsche, unfortunately, Porsche bad news. Their shares dipped 7% so far compared to the same period in 2023, matching up with their overall decline in vehicle sales. 33% year-on-year drop on Porsche sales in China. Purdue Pharma's creditors have sought permission from the US bankruptcy court to sue their wealthy owners. They believe that litigation is a big part of their negotiation strategy. Weather is so bad here in Scotland. So that's the news and the weather. You'll get a little update of the weather at the end. There was also this dog that saved the stock that fell down the well, and everybody ended the news quite happy. So that's what we're talking about in terms of news. We've also got news in terms of LPSN with the 13D filed by BlackRock. That's a form that suggests they've got passive investment rather than active and speaks to a change in their ownership percentage. LPSN's at 0.7389, which marks 3.17% up for the day, and it has been as high as 7.557, which is shockingly high there for LPSN. With regards to LPSN, well, ladies and gentlemen, today's show we're going to focus on GameStop and LPSN, but we're going to dive into the exciting buzz that we're seeing in the market in LPSN. LPSN is the ticker, and I want to share with you why it is that us, a small group of traders, dedicated, determined, diamond handing, can ignite a spark in this stock and allow us to ride a wave of growth to the top side. First, we'll talk about the trend. Here on these tiny time frames, we've seen a significant shift in that trend, noticeable uptrend, indicating that market sentiment is potentially turning positive. And this is a crucial signal, folks. When we see these shorter time frames start to move, it's the precursor to broader market movements, and it's like the first drops of rain before a stormy tempest. Smart money starts moving in early, that's you guys, and we're wanting to be part of that early action because that's where the biggest percentage shifts come. So let's consider the broader picture, but focus on those positive time frames. LPSN tech stocks have a unique ability to shift sentiment dramatically, and that's why they're the best picks for deep value investment. Right now, it's transitioning from a phase of existential concern where investors are unsure about its future, facing a delisting notice, and it previously had a very incompetent CEO. It's now changing to a growth narrative with a completely different team, a really strong transition plan in place, and a fantastic CEO. So massive potential for value appreciation. This is where you come in. We identify that trend shift early on before it even happens, and then we position ourselves ahead of big institutional money, which aren't really able to. Most funds aren't able to buy this thing until it's back at above $4, because then it'll be listed on the national market exchange, at which point it's legal for big firms to start buying it again. Being first in line has its advantages, not just for LivePerson, who've been around since 1995 and the birth of the internet, but also for you guys being ahead of the trend. When we spot these trends and shifts before the masses, we get in at a much lower price point, which is crucial for maximizing your returns. You've got the opportunity to buy low, and you decide what high is. You'll be able to capture the majority of the upside potential in terms of percentage moves if you start as close as you can towards those deep value entries. And remember, the early bird gets the worm. If you're interested in worms and you've been seeing and noticing this conversation about them recently, well, you want to be that early bird, regardless of when the worm shows up. Let's talk about strategy now. Diamond handing and managing risk, those two things are often seen to be antithesis, the opposite of each other. And the counterpart to one is that idea of managing risk. It's counterpart to diamond handing and vice versa. Diamond handing is about holding on to positions, even through small fluctuations. It doesn't mean holding it forever. It means holding it when it's appropriate, instead of getting shaken out at minor dips and missing those big moves. So we focus on the bigger picture and we try to get in ahead of the longer term trend. And that approach allows you to capture the larger moves rather than missing out due to short term volatility. 0.7431, and I've bought more LPSN this morning. However, while we're diamond handing this thing, we have to remember essential parts of being a good trader, because that's what this show is about, right? It will be plenty of stocks that we call that go up lots and lots. So it's about managing your risk, growing your account slowly, and understanding the capital exposure. Perhaps you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. Personally, I'm YOLOing the shit out of this thing. You might want to diversify your investments and only allocate a portion of your portfolio to LPSN. And that way you could participate in this potential upside without exposing yourself to the undue risk that comes from trading these crazy things. So the opportunity with LivePerson, I believe, is very real, and it's happening right now. By understanding market trends and recognizing these shifts in sentiments, you can position yourself early. You could be the spark that ignites the stock's explosive growth. It only takes one buy and one share to really tip the market at those crucial points. So let's be smart, let's be strategic, and let's capitalize on this really exciting opportunity. Thanks for joining. Hit the like button. No, if you don't, I think you're a fanny. And I appreciate all the watch time you commit to the show. So if you have to leave and go out, feel free to leave the video on. It won't cost you anything. Feel free to comment in the chat box with anything else you'd like me to look at, and I'll happily get to it. I'll get this chat box up now and see what the comments have been so far. Welcome to the show, everybody. Congratulations. Panic bought more with divergence in the post pre-market on a 1 hour. Good shout. I bought my daughter 8,867 shares. I told her it was a gift from Uncle Jamie. L. Baker Matthews, you legend. Hope she's doing well. That's fantastic news. That's a really good present, that is. Just got up to 905 today because I'm kind of hardcore. Kind of hardcore, don't forget to like. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. But these sort of moves that we're talking about here, you don't really need to be trading options, and you don't need huge positions. You can still make an awful lot of money, and the target I've got on the top side is thousands and thousands of % up. So that'll also speak to your potential rise in your profits if it gets there. Trace button. Holy Steiner, what do you say about the earnings? They have been negative, and there is another report on August the 8th. Yes, another report coming soon. The most recent earnings were 20% above expectations. Earnings are only one small part of the picture. We've done a deep dive into the accounting analysis. You can check that out on the paid side of Discord, Holly. There's a lot to be said for LivePerson over 2024 and this new period of transition. The past is very much the past. Previous CEO, completely different board, different business focus, huge problems with customer retention, really difficult to understand their pricing model, and a bit of a chancer trying to pull the wool over everybody's eyes. But now we've got John Sabino as the CEO, previously working at VMware. He took them to a $69 billion valuation when they were sold to our fantastic friends Broadcom, and also amazing trade we talked about on the channel here. And we were aware of how fantastic that guy was at his job then. He was part of the thesis for that investment, and now he's moved over to LivePerson, where he's going to really kick shit up a bit. And so I'm quite excited to see what's going on there. This is the paid side of Discord, where there's a couple of different conversations going on at the moment. Not sure if you're able to read it there. I'll read it out to you. There was a conversation about BlackRock, and they had their 13D filed there recently, which speaks to a change in ownership percentage. It's a 13D, it's a disclosure on a passive investment rather than notification of a buy. And it's neither bullish or bearish news, but it does speak to a reduction in their holding. They previously had a report of the same in January, where they showed a holding of 7,899,000 shares, which is about 9.8% of the company. And now that's down to 1,700,000 or so, and represents a much smaller percentage. The reason for that is because there was a rebalancing, a reconstitution of the Russell 3000. BlackRock were one of the holders of many of those shares, and they sold them all in one big market order at the end of the day, on the last very second of the day, the week before last. So that had a big impact on the price. That pressure on the price has now disappeared. And so because the news was speaking to a neutral position, neither bullish or bearish, that holding was part of a ETF constitution, that it's shifted now and it pushed the price down and allowed a lot of people here to get cheaper shares. The price is now way back above at the starting level it ever was, minus all of that selling pressure. A lot of people would tell you that that was bullish, that has ended, and that now when it's reconstituted and put into new funds, they'll start to grow, and so it's positive overall. It's not particularly bullish, it's not particularly bearish. That the selling has finished is potentially, though, a positive situation. So that's on the paid side of Discord there, where you can learn plenty of other things like that deep dive into the accounting analysis and a lot of other information about Lisbon. So have at it, get in there, get stuck in, and tell me what you think of that thread. Try to keep your contributions in line with the guide in the first post about how we want it to be professional reports so that we're leveling each other up, because this is an exceptional group of traders. I know that a lot of you have been pulled from unrelated activities, that your goals and dreams in life were to make money, not to be a trader, but you're here now, and fate has brought you to the answer that can deliver you those skills so that you can be a really good trader. You're also surrounded by people who've made that conscious decision, so no fucking about, no stupid fucking questions there, and no bollocks. Just try and understand who it is you're working with, right? Significant people doing significant things, and you're one of them, right? So it's time to start leveling up, even if you didn't necessarily anticipate that when you first arrived here. That's the answer. We're going to turn you into a weapon in the stock market. This is Lipson. It's doing very well. We just got a donation from Kush Patel, $9.99. You are really good at TA. I plan to join your course soon in the future. Can you please give us some knowledge on Tesla for today and the rest of the week? You betcha. You betcha. Thanks for that generous donation. Ravioli, I'm fully YOLO'd into Lipson. Good move, man. Good move. Lipson trading at 0 spot 7402, up 3.35%. Here is Tesla. On the weekly time frame, let's put this into perspective here and stick it on logarithmic. I say perspective, I mean give me some information. So price action on Tesla has been going more or less sideways since January in 2021. There's been some dips, there's been some rises. They've been of a significant percentage from the all-time high to the low that we reached on this move, 74% down. And we talked about it at the time. We also spoke about the dip we'd likely see from the 10th of July, as that donation now comes up and available and visible to everybody. We also talked about this dip. It was divergent from these previous highs, as you can see. Higher on the RSI, much lower back at the previous peak. Price action reaching the same level within this sideways trend at that point. Risk was very much on again. It came down in a linear fashion within this, I suppose you'd call it a parallel channel, though the last dip slightly lower. It was also speaking to a touch of bullish divergence, especially down here on the daily time frame, where you got these lows outside of the horizontal, left that parallel channel, but you had strong bullish divergence on the lows. The return to the top side came back into this formation, touched the top side of the resistance, and then subsequently you've looked at this concept of displacement. You've managed to boost back up again, express the total liquidity we would have imagined from that, and it's come back in and it's now aiming for 264. If it breaks 264, which it ultimately will do, it'll go up and it'll test this level at $300, which it ultimately will do. So that's the move that we're looking for on Tesla. On the 4-hour time frame, you can see it's very much overbought at the minute. That speaks to the fact that it could potentially come back down again. Since it left this zone, it did have a retest of the departure point. It doesn't need another one. That's perfectly adequate in this scenario. There are various gaps within the trend and from where it departed. So we don't think that it's the be all and end all, and that this move in Tesla is the last move to the top side and we'll never see it come back down again. Indeed, we fully anticipate that at some stage in the future it will trade back at 153 bucks, but that's not the direction of travel at the minute. At the minute it's heading up to 300, and up there we've got this amazing Rocky Outcrop flash. You can get that as well as being on the paid side of Discord. You get that flash and you'll be able to see if it is the, whenever I manage to find it, whenever TradeSpotting gets his act together, you'll be able to see that there is a flash target up there. Where did he put it? Did I hide it on the... Where did I hide it? I had this previous flash at 255, which when prices were down at $100, that was a huge move back up again. And so flash has already made people plenty of money on Tesla. Here's that flash at 299. As you can see, turn off the drawings. 299 spot 68. And it will be that Tesla eventually makes it back way to those levels. At the minute, you're looking at this 265 point where you've seen various touches of resistance. You break that, it'll be 278, and then you'll get that touch up at around 299. So that's the direction of travel. It's the targets above, and it's what we're looking at on Tesla. At the moment, you're a little bit into the concern with the RSI. Momentum is still good, holding the bullish control zone, touched into that overbought area, and it could easily persist in the bullish control zone, not actually put any significant dips in, and go on for those top side targets. If we take this low to this high, 236 comes out at the last breakout point, and another test of 233 would likely represent a good buy. If that doesn't hold, then prices probably bounce at 218. Now those are quite significant distances away from where price is at the moment, but that speaks to the strength of trend that we're currently in. And that's not over, probably continues down to 30 minute, where you can see slipped out of the bullish control zone on the RSI, pulling back in again. You've still got another Rocky Outcrop flash up there, so you're very, very lucky. Get that indicator at Rocky's Patreon, and a paid side of Discord comes with it. Price action in these levels which it departed from managed to come back and close a gap, test the breakout zone a couple of times, and boost to the top side. So a very healthy retracement back up again. 15 minutes where you might see a little bit of a turnaround. Price action has slipped out of the bullish control zone, but it did hold the center line here. It's back above its own moving average, and it's poking its head towards the bullish control zone. So if it does boost up again from these levels, then 264, 273, 274, 278, 299. Those are the targets to the top side. It's currently moving in that direction. Drop down to the 5 minutes where you can see a touch of bearish divergence. you might be looking at this as a potential failure swing. That would only take you back to the low side of the current trend, and if that current trend is this uptrend, then it may well be that the lows we saw at 244, the nether nor touch at 246, then 250. You might be looking at 253, 255 as your next entry and a boost up to those levels. Though the important Fibonacci is significantly below. Depending on your own risk profile, it'll dictate which of those trade setups is most suitable for you, and depending on your capital exposure and your strategy for trading, your general approach to managing your entries, then it may well be that you've got various entries, big stops for that big target, or a number of different trades hoping to catch those moves should it retrace to those areas. So depending on your particular approach to trading, and if you've entered Tesla yet or otherwise, then there'll be different considerations. But let me know more about how you think with regards to Tesla, and I'll happily help you out. Kush Patel, thank you very much for that donation. It's really generous of you, and I'm happy to help you, mate. Happy to help. So we'll go back to that if you're interested at all in Tesla. LPSN still at 0.74, that's good to see. AMC, having had a big boost up, tested 550 and change, is now at 5.30 and still trying, though down 2.8% on the day. GameStop at 24.14, had a high of 25.18, so putting in slightly higher highs on these spikes up again, and these retracements a little bit worrying in that it does tend to look like it's rolling over. You've got an M at the top there. That's not the greatest formation. If it does come up again, you want to see it back above 24.89, 24.90. At this stage, having put in higher lows, you would say consecutively higher lows, that's what you'd be looking for. Another test of that area and breaking up, possibly reaching up towards 25.60. And if you did drop this guy on here, across the top side of price action, may well be that it follows this route to the top side. If it breaks 25.60 at this point, you'll be breaking that parallel channel and potentially moving higher again. There is other things to look to. If you go to the 15 minutes here, actually we'll just go across to this guy, it shows that there's this broadening wedge on price action. Now this is the most relevant formation that's going on GameStop in the current trend, is this broadening wedge. It speaks to higher highs and higher lows, and they continue as price moves on, which speaks to increased volatility. So increased volatility from the current picture, how does that fit into the overall view we have of GameStop? Another donation, thanks so much. L. Baker Matthews, 25 bucks. LPSN to infinity beyond, but I'll settle for 0.88 for now. That is very kind and generous of you to both settle for what is a huge percentage move and super positive for LPSN and donate to the channel. L. Baker Matthews, you really appreciate it. You're absolutely fantastic supporter. Thank you so much for being so kind and such a fantastic part of the community. I really, really appreciate the positive womanly influence that we've got from so many fantastic girls, ladies and girls that are trading and watching the show. One of the best things about doing this show is that it's not full of toxic gimps who talk shit all the time because they've got no real life. Instead, those people are kind of shunned and not really welcome here. And also, they don't feel like piping up and opening their stupid mouths because they see so many successful, cool chicks like yourself making a difference, being a big part of the community, and really it shows them that they're not welcome here, they won't get any traction. And it's a massive, massive benefit to me personally. Plus it adds so much to the social learning experience for everybody else. So you add so much more, and just being yourself is a huge credit to us. So thanks very much, L. Baker, for being here. Other people, you're very lucky to have someone like L. Baker around. So take note, help each other, especially and in particular L. Baker. She's fantastic. And same for everybody else around here. Same for everybody else around here who's got that same qualities. Thank the heavens, which have opened up here. They've opened up. Scotland is finished its summertime. Thank you very much, L. Baker. And there was no question, so I don't even have to do any extra work. And I am going to look at LPSN all day, so it's great to see it. N. Will. Jamie, are you worried LPSN will be targeted as a meme stock and attacked by funds, short seller, etc.? No, not really. If they were to attack it, it would be the market maker the designated market maker for LPSN, does operate in cahoots with State Street, as do Citadel. And these three together are the trifecta of bastards who I'm going to destroy. So I'm kind of inviting them here. I'm kind of inviting them here on top of me so that I can rip their head off. That's the whole idea with LPSN. The designated market maker for LPSN is GTS. They are the largest strategic fund that use algorithms to manipulate prices across the markets. They operate in an effective monopoly with Citadel, in that between the two of them they will control 71% of all designated market seats across every stock and every option traded on every market in America that is regulated, and they've got their dirty hands all over the OTC market, which of course is unregulated and has been since 1999, which is part of the meme that you would have noticed coming out yesterday. So I'm not worried about it, and I would invite them here to fight me face to face, or whatever way they choose to do it, because I was trained at these institutions. I know exactly how their algorithms work, and I'll be and have been directing the TA in cognizance of all of these potential outcomes. So come on, bring it on, GTS. What are you waiting for? This is it. This is your opportunity, right? You want to take out the retail trader? You want to make a big difference, to state your own power on the markets? This is your chance. You know, come at me. What's the hold up, eh? And I can't wait to see how it goes down. One of the mechanisms that these people rely on, along with the way that, you know, you kite the FTDs, you manipulate the ETFs, is very much that they rely on the largest mutual funds to loan out their shares when they find themselves in a tight spot. And the best place to get these shares is from somebody like State Street, who'll operate hand in glove with you and allow you to borrow their shares when the short interest gets a little bit too dangerous. So the trick is to strike when State Street have already lent out those shares. State Street, of course, invented the lending desk. When I was there, they invented the lending desk and created this mechanism for loaning shares between different people, which has been a very lucrative business for them. And their whole idea there was to be able to cultivate relationships with this new breed of hedge fund. And now, after 2 decades and a generation on the markets of watching that abuse, we've finally got a chance to make a real difference. These financial markets are changing, and the hedge funds, they're all there for the taking. And people like myself who'll tell you exactly what it is that's going on at any given period and can direct you to be aware of the same, are going to make sure that these people that previously would have targeted stocks instead either learn that that's not going to be possible for them, or get involved in a street fight with us. And that's exactly the arena I want to fight them, right? I want to street fight with these people. And if they do engage, the only way they'll ever to shake me off is if they literally put me in charge. Same goes for Barclays, both of those banks, State Street and Barclays. The only way that they'll ever manage to defeat me is by instating me as the head of those banks, which of course they'll only do when I've shown them to their own face that they're going to be destroyed by me. Somebody who has billions and billions of dollars under management, others that have billions and billions of dollars that they trade on behalf of their clients, or simply in treasuries where they administer them and loan them out. I would absolutely love those guys to get in a street fight with me, and so would a lot of other people, just to watch and see what happens. So I'm not afraid of it, no. I'm welcoming it, I'm inviting them on board, and I think that it'll be good for all of us to test our mettle against the world's biggest funds, and at the same time have a glorious, successful victory against them. These are the markers that we're laying down here, not just the growth in your account and your portfolio as individuals, or the work we do as groups of one across the world, but also us cutting them and hurting them and bleeding them out. So I'm quite positive about all of the potential outcomes. If they don't, it'll just go up without their interference. If they do, they'll be part of our victory. And if anything they do decide to do that looks as though it could be effective, I'll immediately ameliorate any potential danger there and use their weight and force against them, which is exactly what we're going to do with LPSN, in groups of one, not acting in concert, no coordination, all entirely off our own volition and in no way in coordination with each other. We're going to do that, and they're going to die a death of 1,000 cuts. It'll be all over the world, everyone will see exactly what we've done, and people will be cheering your name for your involvement in this process. It's going to be really good fun, and you're going to make loads and loads of money, though it's not financial advice, it's how to fight, it's fighting advice. So don't care, no, I'm happy for it. Got a buy order on GME at 24 if it gets there today. GeForce, that's a good area. There are slightly lower potential places it could get to, but we're not at all worried about that. Thoughts on October, $5? Is that LPSN talking about $5? I'd be very careful with LPSN and extremely far out of the money contracts there. If you're looking for $5 strikes, that would be simply to capture the volatility in prices as it moves to the top side. That huge volatility, increasing the intrinsic, premium available on those options, and then you'd likely sell them a good couple of months or even 3 months, which means you've got a very short period of time there to manage those positions. Between now and October the 18th is perhaps the expiry you're talking about, because I can see that you guys have bought up pretty much everything on chain until then. So it may well be that you're looking at those $5 strikes to capture that volatility. In terms of getting them in the money, I'm not sure that that would work, and so you wouldn't really be benefiting from the idea of exercising in order to acquire shares at cheaper than the market price, having got that right but not obligation to buy, which is inherent in an option contract. So I'd be cognizant of the fact that they would be a volatility play rather than a way to build your position directly. And I'd say that the best potential approach that I would look for in my own trading, and may be relevant to you guys with regards to playing options on LPSN, would be using a debit spread. And so the top side target that I'd look to there would potentially be, $2.50, $3 strikes. Though, there's only so many different prices offered on the chain, because GTS do know we're coming for them, and they are already aware that we could do them serious damage. So they're trying to mitigate that in the contracts they write, and it's not going to help them. Like I say, Tau using their weight against them, it's exactly what we're up to. So, yeah, sure, what ticker do you want me to look at? It's Z Peters, there's a number for silver. So, what was the question? Yeah, debit spread, that's the way I'd be looking at it. And I'm planning to, when prices get above $1, exercise as much of my position as is possible, facilitated by selling some of the option contracts that are extremely deeply in the money at that stage, at which point I'll be adding to my overall share base. It won't be trying to cause a gamma ramp, because of course that's a silly idea. I couldn't do that on my own, and we operate only in groups of one, so that would be ridiculous. The mythical gamma ramp, if it does appear, will be simply an act of God. It won't be anything to do with me, and nor will it be anything to do with you. Other people might tell us that it wouldn't be possible without that, without our actions, but they don't know what they're fucking talking about, because the retail trader can't impact prices. So great to see people showing an interest in how it would be. They'd capture that upside volatility, how they might build their position, and what they're looking to do going forward with a strategic plan for increasing their footprint on GTS's face. Jimmy, would you mind taking a look at silver? Of course, SZ Peters. Tell me which ticker you're looking for. What is your take on it as a long-term hold, plus your thoughts on that multi-decade cup and handle? Thank you for everything you do. Multiple-decade cup and handle on silver.
I need a volunteer.
Thank you very much for that generous donation, my friend. XAG. Sure thing.
That's how it's done. Who's next?
That's me!
So you're looking at the multi-decade cup with handle. There it is. You're very right about that. So what do I think is going to happen with this thing? If we're speaking to the cup with handle, I think it'll go to that 1618 there, up at 118, 120, call it, because that's an easy number. That'll be where it goes when it manages to break. The area it needs to break is, from this cup and handle, is this resistance level here, in at around 50, 40, 48, 49, 49, my favorite number. So you'll be looking at 49, break 49, it'll head up and you'll maybe get 100% on that trade. If it gets to 100, you can talk about it pushing back up to 120. This will very commonly happen. Stocks that break 100 don't stop there at that round number. They go on to 110, 115, 118, 120. That's also matching up with the 1618 from this move. That would be what I'd look to. This particular cup with handle then, you need it to maintain above the 50% level. That was the low you got here. So if this breaks, then the overall formation might break down. I'd be very cautious then if price does manage to exceed that $12 level from here. That's very positive. And then in the greater market, you could say that with the potential rate cut, with all of the different entities trying to impact the world order, with the US debt level being so ridiculously, staggeringly high. Somebody said to me the other day, like, I hate paying taxes because all my money's going to weapons of mass destruction. And I was like, mate, your money's not going there. Your money's going to pay the interest on the debt that your country's run up from the previous spend on weapons of mass destruction. What you need to do is you need to write to your local politician and you need to say, before we spend any more money on new weapons of mass destruction, what we need to do is get better use out of the weapons of mass destruction we already have, right? So if you can eke a little bit more utility out of them, you'd save a great deal, and then you'd be more happy with where your tax dollars are going, I imagine, right? But you should pay your taxes, full stop. It really doesn't matter what the money's being spent on, because you are the people who live in that country, and it's your responsibility to vote for those policies that suit you, or run as an MP and change that if you don't like them. So you're looking at this thing, and on the monthly time frame, you can say that it's come up, tested those important highs. It's got this really strong cup with handle that really matches what you're looking for there. 372 bars on the monthly time frame. Cup with handles, you don't say that they're not real because they've gone on too long. That isn't one of the qualifiers. It's more that it needs to go on for a number of weeks, maybe even looking at a minimum around 70, and that sort of level, people would look for 7, right? But say on this sort of thing, and particularly if they're talking about those type of fundamentals that I mentioned above, then you might look for it in at around 70. The fact that it's done it so very cleanly is very positive. It's going to be obvious to everybody, and that target up at 112 to 118, 120, that's very likely to happen should you break these levels in at around 50, certainly. You'd anticipate something like that. Is that the be-all and the end-all on silver? Not everything to be said. Though it is above a 50 simple period moving average, and that 50 simple skirting above a 200, it has tested them both as price went through it. There is a flashback down at that 50 simple at 24 bucks. That's 6 ducks off 30, so a significant percentage move down, 20% possibly. If these moving averages skirt slightly higher and you get that test while it's holding the 382, that would be more positive. You could say though that the 236 here at 28 bucks, perhaps that's more likely on the short term, and it might be a while before this thing moves back down to 25. This is an uptrend where you've most recently gone back above these prior highs here, and you're targeting these next guys. This is the very first one to look to in at around 35, and it could be heading there shortly. Then you'd be looking for it testing in at around 43 and then break that level at 50. You'll get a real explosive move. So it's positive, it's got a lot of potential. These are the targets to look to. That would be where you'd want to hold if it breaks down. This is a better area for the bullish move, and it could well be that it's trending to the top side. That's as low as you get. But you've recently gone through this high, and this moment you've gone through this high. So things are in an uptrend. They're breaking to the top side at the minute. You don't have anything to worry about in terms of momentum and divergence here. You could look back across the piece and say there might be a little bit, but this thing's currently in the bullish control zone, testing to recover its own moving average therein. And I don't like to argue with things in the bullish control zone. I think it's doing particularly well. You've had a test of the signal line on the MACD and a positive bounce so far, so you could get something similar to what we saw in this move here, which would be an impulse move to resistance. That resistance point was an 886 of this breakdown, and so perhaps you'd look for something similar. There's your 886 there. I probably could draw it in slightly more accurately. that was that test, and it may well be that you're now looking for an 886 of the overall cups right hand side. That's this guy down here. Delete that previous dude. Start it again so it's slightly clearer for everybody. That 886 comes in at around 42 bucks, and this peak here 42, 43 bucks. So that might be where you would look to on an impulse move currently on silver. So I'd be looking for it to hold 28, worst case scenario 24 and change, and then the targets would be 35, 43, 50, and when it breaks 50, then your cup with handle, well, you could do William O'Neill proud and take that thing to $100 and change. That would be a 100% move. And on silver, it is that it gets really strong moves in and around times when the rate cuts and the narrative accelerate together. Those rate cuts come in towards October, maybe signposted then in September, see them happen in October, November, that sort of time when it really starts to gather pace, when the supply of money starts to be slightly more liquid picture in the overall markets, and concerns about the debt increasing again rear their head. So people will be looking to that. In the meantime, America's done well managing a tight situation, still managing to pay off all those staggering debts and keep buying those WMDs. So there isn't immediate concern for the markets at large, which is why the banks themselves are getting away with the dilution of Basel III. And it may well be that you are looking for that retracement then, but you haven't got anything to suggesting it's happening right now. These are higher time frames, down to the 4 hour, where we'll see what's going on right now. You've got bullish divergence at these lows. This isn't an uptrend. You've managed to meet this trend line and surpass it a little bit. Let's see what happens with prices then. Having recovered it, the slip outside of it bullishly divergent, so we'll discount that and say it's an anomaly. You've come in and tested a prior level of resistance, and it is now seem to be, you break above 32, then you go for those targets we spoke about previously. The momentum doesn't present any concerns. You're back above the center line on the MACD. That most recent test was also a buy signal on this indicator, along with the divergence, and presented a buy the dip opportunity on silver in around 28 bucks there on June the 26th, 27th. So in a short period of time, just a week and a bit, maybe a couple of weeks, you've seen prices move up a significant percentage. That isn't a worry because it's all back within the prior trend, and this move to the top side, if it accelerates, you'd probably look for a little 1618 there or a 1.14. The 1.13 is an important level too, if we've defined it on the higher time frames. All of these levels, as you can see, 33, 34, 35, taking you up to those levels of resistance, which if they start to break means that a cascading move will happen. So it might take a little while, it might take a few months, but definitely a very strong potential move there. Down hourly, where you can see you've had no problems. You've come back, tested the top side of the bearish control zone. That in a bullish trend and a bullish profile suggests strength. If it does then go on to put in higher highs, and getting back above 30.68, which is already done, suggests that it could then be putting in higher highs and testing those 32, 33, 34, 35. So everything looking quite nifty on silver long term. Not bad. Back down now 1 minute on Lipson. See it put in that test again of these highs, higher high each time, higher low. Period consolidation. If this starts to creep up slowly but surely, breaking that steepness on the trend but continuing those higher moves, it'll speak to repositioning and people worried that the break towards 0.78 will not contain it, and we'll be back towards L. Baker's targets at 0.88. So we'll see how this evolves, but it looks positive so far. If it starts to put in that profile of like snaking up, which it's already doing, look at that. When it starts to break those prior highs in at around 0.75, if there's little incremental moves that keep taking higher highs and higher lows, that'll be accumulation, and it'll be happening on the back end of this is consolidation, and it's all happening at resistance. That speaks to potential explosive moves. So we're happy about what's happening there, and a little bit more of it. We'd like to see it. Thank you, Legend. I wanted to wait on a small pullback to the mid-20s, but I don't want to get too cute with it, said S.Z. Peters. That's good thinking. You don't want to get too cute. You don't want to overthink it. You want to manage your risk, with a plan and then try and stick to that plan. And if you've got any details or parts of it that you'd like to talk more about and you think I could add some value to it, do go ahead and ask. Boo, betcha. Death of Banana Fridge says, hydration check everybody. And that is really good message there. Going to do some of that hydrating myself with extreme amounts of caffeine, which will also mean I need to do some more hydrating later. He always gets me on the posture check. Yes, this is really good messaging. It's great to have Fanana Fridge here. Fanana Nana Fridge. Fanana Nana Fridge. He tells the posture checks. He also does good reminders on other ways to manage your risk. Keep an eye out for Banana Fridge's commentary. He's a great member of the community here. Yourself, Wiki Wilkes. Coffee counts as hydration. Remember, there's KT. We had some beautiful Ethiopian coffee this morning. My Spanish friend, the tour guide, who is in visiting Edinburgh at the minute with various groups of people, popped round this morning and I treated him to a cup of KT's coffee. The best beans in the business. Check him out. He's also there with a great thread on the Discord about how to get the most from your coffee, make it properly, and all of the heritage and background behind his beans. So check it out. I'm sure he'll be happy to direct you to the thread, ask in general or wherever you find yourself, and I'm sure you'll get great direction. How do you find a balance between sticking to a plan and updating your plan because you're being flexible? Part of your plan will have crucial pivot points within it, which you will define as being significant for various reasons. And if those should break, you'll update your thesis to reflect the picture as you currently see it. The trick that Rocky describes it is that you need to hold your convictions, strong convictions held weakly. So weakly being you'll be open to changing your mind, but the things you currently believe in, you have to believe in them with a lot of strength. And so it might seem like a paradox, but really it's just a wise way of being strong but flexible. And it all relies upon you having a plan that does identify these important support and resistance levels and being aware of what's going on pricing. So you see traders like myself who spend most of all day looking at their charts, that when people are talking to them and those sentences run on for more than 10 words, my eyes slowly drift from theirs down to my app or my computer screen, where I go back to looking at the chart again. And that's how it is. That's why it really benefit from a group of people together, keeping each other aware and updated on everything. It's impossible to hold all possible variables in your mind at once, especially when they're dynamic and build on each other. Most people, they've done tests on this, can't hold more than 3 variables in their mind at once. They just can't do it. It's not a question of memory, it's a question of cognitive ability. Here, in this group, you most significantly distinguish yourself from the greater, broader understanding of the retail trader, because you're more capable of doing these things, and the communication and the style of delivery in these shows slowly levels you up in that way without you even realizing it. The conversations on the Discord are directed with that intent. It's implicit and it's explicit when we talk to those teachers who deliver and impart the lessons we put to them. When they pass them on to you, we explain in the various ways they should communicate, or they've already managed to make it there and do it naturally. So that's one of the biggest distinguishing factors about this group, is the fact that you guys can hold these variables in your mind, that you can update your plan as and when things change, and that you can stay abreast of all the important moves on the charts, even if you're not constantly looking at them. And you can hold those convictions strongly until such times as it's no longer appropriate, in which point you'll develop a new idea, you'll firmly believe in it, and you'll keep that picture at the front of your mind with all the important factors alongside it. So, when can we have an LPSN video with Rick and Morty? Yep, that might work. That might work quite well, actually. chat about time travel is particularly relevant. LPSN here holding the golden pocket, having tested that previous high. You've got interest information on the go. We're back towards the top side of the bearish control zone. This thing bouncing between oversold and top side of the bearish control zone as it puts in higher highs and higher lows is positive. We'll see how the price action evolves from here. If it does start pulling up from this point, that'd be very bullish. Moving average testing the 200 a number of times at 50 simple, and it's got a positive slope, a positive splay between price and those two important moving averages. It's good to see. In the meantime, Chewy down another 3.4%. It's got a gap back to the top side. That's looking at it on the 1 minute. On the 4 hour time frame, you don't have that gap. So I wouldn't be particularly worried about trying to, I wouldn't be using it as any sort of a firm target, to put it lightly. You're also losing this 50 simple period moving average, and at this point you've got a little bit worrying picture on momentum. If it does pull up again, that's great. That target at 29.82 is possible, and if it doesn't hold, then you'll see Chewy back at 21.30, and if that doesn't hold, you'll see it come down and test 18.87. If that doesn't hold, you'll see it at 16.42, where there is a gap that would be filled and will be filled eventually on Chewy. So I'd fully anticipate that being where prices go on Chewy, in at around 16. Put it on the daily time frame. Top side of that, you can see a rocky outcrop flash coming in where we find the 200 period moving average at 19.88. 50 simple has just gone through that 200, so you've got a golden cross. That golden cross is like a magnetor on price. So far it's sucked it down from 38 bucks, and this overhead resistance that we can see goes through a number of different touches at this stage of the trend. And it's very likely then that Chewy totally and utterly ruins itself, destroys people's confidence, and has a big impact on the GME movement, in that it's likely going to suck up a lot of that liquidity which would have previously been used for pushing a stock that might actually go somewhere. When it gets back down to around 19 bucks, that's the top side of a gap, 200 period moving average and a golden cross. If it holds that 200 and subsequently recovers back above the 50 simple, at which stage it would need to recover above 21.30 again, then you might not see a gap fill immediately. If it doesn't manage to make that recovery, you will see it. It'll liquidate people all over your face. You don't want to be standing too close to these people as their heads explode, and you'll see it in around that 886 at 16.41. 4 hour time frame, also having that positive cross. Price action losing that 50 simple, the first time it's met it since the cross. So if you see a breakdown below 23.95, and it's very close to that at the minute, then that quick cascade to 21.30 will happen, at which point this will become a very important level for price, and likely price skirts along here for a while, or if it loses it, recovers it. It's also the prior monthly low, so the first test of it might not break through. First pass possibly getting a bullish bounce. After that, it really needs to push back up way above this 50 simple to put that idea of a golden cross on the daily to bed, and the idea of a retest of it likewise. I don't know if that's going to happen. Maybe you can sense from my tone that I'm not in Chewy anymore. Don't believe that it's a particularly great investment right now. The trend is to the top side, but this retracement is very worrying. This current low below that previous peak suggests that even if it did get up to 26.88, that golden cross would still be in effect in price. It could potentially put in an inverted head and shoulders, and that would be a complete disaster for Chewy, because the measured move on such this volatile formation that we've seen would suggest that the thing is coming down to, well, all the way back down to its previous lows at 14-15 bucks if it breaks. So this is the evolving picture on Chewy, and if it doesn't get better, then this will become obvious to everybody. At the minute, nobody's really thinking that, I'm sure. If that golden cross is tested, and all good ones are, so either it comes back and tests it and takes a while to go on and explode, or it's totally discounted for some strange reason that would be completely atypical, and then it goes up. If the golden cross has any impact on price, it will be a negative impact in short to medium term, and I'd be particularly worried about that for good people in the chat box. So I'd eagerly encourage you to manage your risk on those positions actively. GameStop 24 spots 26 down to 1 minute, and let's see where you're at right now with regards to trade spotting lines. You found support, an important one, and these areas in between. Wow, stop it, spotter. These areas in between where we're seeing price at the minute and its most recent high, still very relevant. Your golden pocket at the top side resistance, your 236 there at 24.30. Needs to recover that pronto. 50 simple having slipped below the 200 period moving average, testing that long term previous support, now resistance at what is this potential diagonal formation you see on the trend with this downward sloping resistance, this top side support, and it's testing that, skirting alongside it but not managing to break inside it. The longer it takes to do that, the less great that is, and the more dangerous it'll become. There's also, along with this broadening wedge, which is not on this guy, so it must have been on this guy. Turn this drawing back on. Yeah, this broadening wedge. Alongside that, you have this potential for a diamond, which could be something like this across the top side, and price breaking out of this formation. If it does break out of this formation, it likely travels in the same direction which it came in. You can do this various different ways. This is why I don't like diamonds, because there's so many ways of drawing them. But like, it moved into it from this direction. I suppose you would be kind. We'll try and be kind and talk about this as a measured move. Look, a lot of people would say it's a lot worse. And if it does break out, then you'll be looking at a move back down to $18 and change if that diamond is true. Could also take a while, and so that might be confluent with the support we see in the broadening wedge, in which point taking a while would mean a really while. Right, for the ages in fact. So summer will be long gone by then, but it's already nearly over here in Scotland, isn't it? As all the Scottish people will tell you, we knew it is, the summer is May in Edinburgh. May. My God, I read that and nearly cried. The hottest month of the year for the last 7 years has been May. Like, why did no one tell me? I was doing YouTube shows, looking forward to the summertime, taking a break, and then boom, that's it. Screw you, planet. Tesla pushing higher still there, good to see. Come in and test that resistance level shortly. Flash at 258, that would still be a higher low. Would lose that 50 simple period moving average, so I'd be cautious there. Ethereum back holding that $3,000 level, pushing back up above important resistance. If it managed to escape reverse polarity and escape velocity, then at 3,080 breaks, you'll be looking for it to move to 3,091, 3,099. If it's back above 3,100, putting that in the context of the hourly time frame, you could say that that would look like a serious recovery, maybe going for an 886 of the breakdown here. That would speak to 3,435. And that's why there's an easy 10% trade on the go for Ethereum, right? It definitely needs to break that 200 period moving average, and you might be targeting that previous high back over here, and that speaks to this idea of a 10% move in price. 11.5, right? You can get the 10% easily, and if that happens in Ethereum, it'll drag up lots of different tokens and express extreme volatility and really positive moves. Bitcoin only needs to recover 58.5 before you would say that it's potentially putting in a positive move, because if you go to the daily time frame and see where that support is most significant, the 200 period moving average, that's where it is trying to recover right now. If it pulls back above that, then you'd look to these previous lows on price here, where it's not lower than, but the RSI is lower than, which speaks to huge divergence in that there's far less people selling it than there was back here. The pressure pushing it down is doing far stronger efforts, far more sales, but at the same time that's all being scooped up by buying interest, and so there's more pressure, but it's going less distance than it did in a previous down move. That's another touch of divergence, and price action at this stage, if it does manage to recover, put in that positive move, especially on this most recent leg of the trend, you'd say that it's probably going back up to test resistance again. Resistance on this thing's back in at around 64.2. If it recovers 64.2, then you would say it's perhaps looking like it's got a bullish orientation, and you'd be targeting 71, 72. And so Bitcoin itself could go on to new all-time highs. Daily time frame, got so much divergence now on the Bitcoin dominance chart. It's come up and done a golden pocket. This is where prices commonly reverse from. Take that across. Holding that 50%, tested that 618, and at this stage it's very, very possible that the Bitcoin dominance drops back down to 45% again. That's on the daily time frame. If we also check it out on the 4 hour, there's only so much price action we can get on the screen, especially when I make it even though it's all tiny. This area could test 42, 52, 51 on dominance if that breaks. 1 hour time frame here, 53, that's the start of it. It would speak to this being a divergent high, what was the peak being back above these areas on the momentum, but not on price, and the potential for this thing to come back down again and test that horizontal in at around 53% and change. So a lot of interesting moves on the go there for crypto. And if you want to know more about where your favorite token is going, check in with Rocky Outcrop. He's going to have a show tomorrow where he will be delivering fantastic information. It's probably going to make people lots and lots of money within 7 days, like all of his trades and shows have done for months and months and months on end now. So I definitely eagerly encourage you to be there in that show. And every time I do tune in, my heart goes out to him, because he must see me say this to people on this show where I'm putting in so much effort to help, and they don't even have the generosity to go and watch one of Rocky Outcrop shows, which are there ostensibly to help them and would boost the community so much. And it's his Discord, it's him that got me into YouTube, and anything that I ever do for you, I've done it only because of the efforts of Rocky. So I would really like to see more people tune in there, really would like to see that. So think about it. You've got a lot of respect and appreciation from me and other important members of the community if you did that. If you're also out there trying to learn how to trade, then he's delivering the best possible information tailored to your level, and he's the one who understands you best and your needs on your journey as a trader. So not being there also speaks to like problems with your own ability to see how you would manage your trades, especially when I'm not doing a show on Wednesday at the same time, and I would otherwise be on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday or Friday. So what have you all suddenly got and shift in the cheese sandwich factory on a Wednesday evening for somehow? You should change that with somebody who's less eager to improve their life. Some people love the extra shifts at the cheese sandwich factory. It's what they're all about. They love for the overtime. They live for the overtime. Here's an interesting ticker. As you can see, it's broken back above those important levels of support already. That would be it. And it's back above that. So a lot of different tokens doing something similar, putting in really big moves. COS at 10 spot 25s is down 2.2% on the day, despite being awarded that dialectic patent for wooden amplifiers and loudspeakers or whatever the fuck it is. The most, this is the news that people were excited about COS this morning, but I don't know if it's all that significant with regards to the technology or the patent itself being all that unique. The important picture for patents at COS is that they've got a license that Apple pay to use with regards to their AirPods. So every time Apple makes some AirPods, COS get a tiny little bit of money, but that money is not very much. It isn't allowed to be legally very much. It's not a huge deal. It doesn't allow COS to exist as a patent scoop and just collect fees and still deliver money to their shareholders. The market cap already had priced all of that in because it happened in 2022. The most recent patent has been seen coming over the hill for a while, doesn't have the same impact and won't have the same commercial success. The recent products that they've launched look to me to be a little bit shit, but then, each to their own, right? I don't even play that many computer games, certainly don't play handheld consoles, and I wouldn't imagine that the experience is massively uplifted when you've got a tiny screen just by having headphones, right? Especially when the idea of immersion nowadays is like skipping those senses and going straight to like the full body, full visual VR experience. I don't think that the idea of headphones is the be all and end all. Headphones without wires on them, sure, but like I say, there's only so much commercial viability in collecting license fees for that type of thing. It doesn't justify the market cap cost at current prices, never mind higher. But trade spotting, how can you speak about fundamentals so much without looking at the charts? Well, I can. It lost to 236. At this point, it's even dipped below the 382. It's there again. The only reason it's not collapsed now is because of that 382. You can see the fib I drew. You can see the one that's outlaid by Rocky Outcrops Toolkit. That's also available to everybody on the paid side of Patreon. You get that full suite of indicator tools, making it extremely good value. You had this positive push to the top side on the hourly chart today at open, which took you to the 236, closed this gap, and then removed that positive artifact to the top side, which gives you a target to aim to. So I'm not particularly enthusiastic about Chewy or COS, though they did have positive moves previously. You want to be in before that, not using that as justification to enter later, because that isn't how technical analysis or trading works. GameStop, 24 spot 22, not managing to hold that 24 spot 24 level. You would look now for a positive candle. This on the hourly has already started lower than you would like. You would have liked it to hold that 24 spot 28, 24 spot 24, at which point you'd be looking at an abandoned baby and price action going up, putting in higher highs. At this point, the body closes back towards important levels of support here. If they break, then it's down to 23.86, this previous gap fill. Then the wick lows at 23 spot 64, and if none of them hold, then it'll be back testing 22 spot 69 in no time at all, at which point this broadening wedge, the lower level of support as time goes on, 786, that might mean that prices slip below $22, and if they do, then you'll be back testing these artifacts. You had an inverted head and shoulders and bullish divergence here, but this was part of an uptrend, and this would be part of a downtrend, so you'd be looking for support, and then the low side of that coming in at $20. That is also at the top side of a tiny little gap. It's not the only gap though, there are others below, and so the negative narrative would quickly gain pace. People don't like me saying that stuff. I lost 16 different, on average, even though I got 4 subscribers while I was doing the show yesterday, we overall lost 16, so 20 people decided to tune out and not come back. I suspect that's because I don't speak only positive news about GameStop, but that's not what this show is, right? That I'm not a cheerleader for GameStop, I'm a cheerleader for you, and I'm not going to cheer you on when you lose money or contribute to that potential outcome. You need to manage your risk, you need to do it properly. This is a serious game, right? It's not some handheld thing that you'll get better at with better headphones, though you should really listen properly. It's not about cheering on GameStop just for the sake of it, and nor do I cheer on the executives or other traders in it just for the sake of it. That's not the way it works. I care about real information that can really help people, and I don't like the way certain parts of the community are judged to just be hype and silly. Well, I do enjoy the hype, and we all bond over the emoji calendar, don't we? We bond over the calendar, don't we? Don't we bond? We bond, right? Don't we? Say we bond. We bond really great there. Loads of bonding. It's great, the bonding, right? You and me, the bonding, it's brilliant. God, I love the bonding. But you know, that's not what it's all about, right? It's all about making money and making a difference. And this job, what I want to make a difference in, is because these bastards that run the world need a good fucking kicking, and I was born to deliver it, right? I wasn't born to stand on the fucking sidelines cheering people on. No, that's not the way it works around here. We don't fucking need a crowd, right? That's not it. It's about making a difference, and the only way you can do that is by being effective, and you be effective by having a real plan that's aware of all potential outcomes and makes the most of them, right? Makes the most of them. And you have to do that in various different ways if you're not ever going to sell your shares. You have to be very, very careful to make sure that you're taking the most of every opportunity to manage risk and develop your position positively, considering price might be going against you. Now, if you want to know more about that, you get plenty of information on a Discord with the good people there. The study session this morning from Lucas, who was helping people in the course get the most from trading drills, was absolutely brilliant, absolutely brilliant. As soon as it ended, I got multiple messages from people there. Some of them sent me 5 and 6, 7 messages, I think, about how amazing the experience was, how brilliant Lucas was at teaching them, how happy and energized and enthusiastic they were about doing what other people would look at as hard work and practice that doesn't deliver money. They were looking at it as a really, really exciting opportunity to see the truth of their own abilities and to immediately start leveling up the way they meet the markets. And Lucas, one of the best technical analysts in the world, probably the best chartist I've ever met in my whole life, and I've met tens of thousands. He's a step above, right? He's exceptional at what he does. He's like the Ronaldo of charts. People should really take every opportunity they can to get around Lucas when he's delivering these gems. Thanks for doing that, Lucas. Everybody was really, really positive. So GameStop, 24.29, stalling out at the minute at those levels, and it's good to see, right? Because the more positivity you get, the more potential it can start putting in the retracements that would be considered bullish. And this downward sloping trend, despite not having divergence between these lows and between the two previous lows, it was lower on the momentum and price. Over the piece, you have got the potential for the momentum weakening. This higher high on the RSI than this previous level, but not on price, is continuation divergence. And the fact that price then didn't collapse from here is very positive. It would need to go back above the 236. That's where it's struggling at the minute. Then the normal target in these scenarios would be that 200 in at around 24.38. Any more than that, then you'd be looking at a 50% retracement up at 24.58. And that comes in line with the previous level of resistance, which is also where there was a gap, where there's lots of different tests here, 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 here. And so if price is to make it to this level and break it, then you would say that that was a very bullish, and it might come down all the way back up and test the 886 or these previous peaks, which are all in or around the same level there on price at $25. And anything testing $25 at this stage then turns the picture around completely. You've got another rocket crop flash at 24.68 there on the 30 minutes. Going to have to turn that off, but it kind of makes price and everything easy for everybody, but you get it for yourself at Rocket Crops Patreon, which is where I advise everybody to go. You know, people who are a channel member here really support the show, and they keep it on the road, and they make everything keep happening. But the first step for you, and the guide that's there, the plan for your development, means that you'll to the Discord, you'll be a member. From that point, you'll upgrade to the paid side, so you're with the people who are serious. You'll take the course, so you're getting the best education from the best possible teachers, at which point you'll start making a real difference. You'll join the team, you'll push other people who come behind you on, and I'll have the best trading team in the world that will eventually evolve into a new firm that faces the markets, and you guys will be the new leaders of these financial markets. You guys will be the people who are there to be beaten, right? And you'll be operating in a completely different way from the hedge funds that currently rule liquidity, and we'll all usher in better times, not just for ourselves, but for everybody else, and we'll do it the way it should have been done. So that's the path you take, though I very much appreciate everybody being a channel member. If you have to only choose one option, it's the paid side of Discord. That's where you should be. It's where you get all the tools, all the people, and all the access to me. And it may well be that if we need to, then we move these shows over there for paid members of the Discord, because that's where my goals are in life. It isn't, you know, to be popular on YouTube. That's a necessity in the journey that I'm currently got laid out for myself, but it's not in and of itself an objective, right? I could be huge on YouTube talking about other shit, right? I've done fuckloads of interesting things in life. I could make banging YouTube videos about those things, but I'd rather live it over and over and bring other people with me. Holy shit, the weather is so horrible. This country, it's the best small country in the world, but it's fucking awful weather. Fucking, pardon me. Anyway, so that's the plan. You join the paid side of Discord, you get those indicators, you get the tools that makes a difference, you get access to those people who are the same as yourself, and then you take the steps one foot in front of each other until you reach this top level, until you're in the team, until we're making a difference. And then more educational resources are coming soon for all of you to make you stand out among the crowd and give you all those qualifications you need to do anything you want with your financial acumen, right? You'll have all the qualifications, all the compliance, and everything you need to be a top trader in there. Right, so back to the chat box. What have you been saying? TradeSpot and tagged you on Discord. Any critiques? Maybe. Let me get to it. What else have we seen here? Derek G. Message deleted. Unlucky Derek. What happened? Hi Jamie, glad to see Lipson doing well. Mind taking a quick look at Bidu levels. China stocks look to be breaking out from the bottoms. That's a good message, Derek. Why did Flasher delete that? China stocks are breaking out from the bottoms. Oops. These are the lows in at around 14.18, currently at 15.07. This is what you want to be trading if you're talking about Chinese stocks. This is the iShares MSCI Hong Kong Index Fund. This is where I'll be looking. It does look like they've got potential. This is a downward sloping resistance line that once it breaks, it's going to be absolutely stonkingly fantastic. That's the important Fibonacci. Let's look at it the other way around. Golden pocket 236 coming in at around 60.50. Loads of different gaps to look to. That's what I'd be paying attention to. If you've got questions about this, there's a number of people on Discord currently trading it. And yeah, this low, this bullishly divergent area, where was the bullish divergence on hourly? Where did we see it? Yeah, so here between these two levels, right? Price actually never managed to push back towards those. And this point here, you had your inverted head and shoulders, you had your gap fill, price actually come back down. It was continuation divergence after this horribleness. Right, so yes, this thing, it needs to make its way back above 1549. It's on the way there. If it does break, then you've got the 200 period moving average at 1582, and once that breaks, your 50 simple will follow it to the top side on the daily time frame. 200 period moving average in at around 1618. You break that, you'll be targeting the golden pocket on this thing, 236, 886, 1738. At which point you've got another trend line to start fighting against, which say you, but you don't, obviously. Third touch of that will be in at around 1790, 1820, that sort of level, right? Depending on when price meets it. And then if it breaks from that, I'd be looking for it to go to 23. So that's very positive. You know, if the overall broader market starts picking up, liquidity enters the system. It's particular if there's like less of these childish trade spats between America and China. And now Europe's getting involved too. It's so fucking stupid. And Scotland suffers every time, right? Because we're part of Britain. And what happens is, every time Britain starts some stupid fucking trade war, like we can afford it. How fucking pathetic. Hey, honestly, people in Britain need to catch themselves on. It's not rule Britannia rules the waves. It's fucking tiny little Britain should shut its mouth and get on with stuff it's good at. Britain's like that. Oh, we're going to put a tariff on your cars because we know your batteries are better than ours and we want a domestic battery production facilities. And it's like, well, we cannot afford that. You guys are just bonkers. You've got no idea what economics is, never mind in industry, right? It's stupid. And then China turned back and they're like, well, we're going to tax your whiskey. And everyone in Scotland's like, what? What? You know, the only thing we make is fucking whiskey. It's the government want us to start making car batteries. None of us are fucking up for that. We'll like your car batteries, China. The nice cheap ones that you know last a whole human being's lifetime without needing to be changed. We'll have one of them. And the Chinese are like, sorry, you can't have it, and we're taxing your whiskey. So more of that to be expected. But if it is that the Britain and America catch themselves on and realise that you can work in partnership with these companies, then we'll do very well. America, in the meantime, is at least increasing its industrial base at a rate that's never been seen on planet Earth before, adding more new food. Maybe this was why people unsubscribed yesterday. Is how I was talking about Biden as one of the greatest American presidents that have ever lived, in that his contribution to the industrial base in America. And I was pointing out that fact. So maybe a lot of people didn't like that, which is like, makes me disdain the opposition. Now, I didn't express any of that, but now I'm feeling it quite keenly. The truth is Biden's very good at boosting business in America. The Inflation Reduction Act that he put in, I said it at the time, it was a brilliant idea. The way it's been implemented, even better. He's done an amazing job, right? He doesn't talk about this, and the people behind him don't talk about it either, so it's left to people like myself who don't give a flying shit who's in charge in America to say he's done a brilliant job. The commentary should include that. The idea that you could say that, well, it's just through sheer American force of will and it's in despite of the leadership. That's an absurd commentary, right? That's an absurd commentary. It's because of Biden. It's Biden's policies. It's his tax breaks, and it's his understanding of the current situation. Despite the majority of the conversation being ignorant to it, he's got deep insights, he's got fantastic skills, and he's made a huge difference. These are facts, right? They're not opinions, they're facts. And if you look into it, you'll see the truth of it too. Economics is very little opinion, and very much facts. So look into it. He's done a fantastic job, and it might temper your hatred of somebody, which I would say is irrational. I don't understand why people don't particularly like Biden, but then I'm sure there's knowledge and facts there that people will be able to school me on. So don't even fucking try to do it in this chat box. Don't even try. Don't even think about it. But I can tell you that when I get negative commentary from people who love Trump because I've said something positive about Biden, it makes me think, well, maybe that's reflective of the overall that side of the aisle. And then it makes me think, well, maybe they're fucking idiots, you know what I mean? Which is unusual, because I've got a lot of good people in the Discord who would be of those political leanings, who have got a lot of insights and are very smart. So I don't understand why so many of them are so regarded. You know, it's quite offensive, right? It's quite offensive. It puts me off a lot. And like I say, this show isn't a charity. I'm doing it to help people, and I don't have time to listen to stupid people talk shit. So it's dead offensive, right? It's dead offensive. Also, there's lots of women here who, I say, had a positive contribution to the community, and the vast majority of women in America and the world can't stand Trump, and that's because he's incredibly offensive to them very regularly. And I also recognize that and see that. So, you know, let's be understanding of the fact that if you do support Trump and you express that vociferously without being cognizant of the fact that he's desperately offensive to very good people, then other people will take that as you too being offensive to them. And I don't want this to turn into some true blue chat box, right? Because politics is fucking stupid. You should be a trader, not waste your time on that bollocks. But let's put it frankly and honestly, right? If you've got offensive opinions, keep them to yourself, right? Keep them to yourself and focus on things that matter. Be a pragmatist, and then you'll be a better trader. So there, I've probably lost a lot more subscribers, but that's the truth, right? That's just the way it is. So there we are. Love you too, Justin Pigro. Thanks very much. I agree with the Geck. What did the Geck say? I usually agree with him. As an American, we're all kind of regarded. That's a nice way of putting it. That's a nice way of putting it. Though you actually are the smartest group of people in the world. You lead the world, and you will do for another 1,000 years. So let's try and do it properly. Do trading deals, not politics, Jake says. He's right. He's right. Do the trading deals, not the politics. And then maybe you'll make enough money that you'll be able to pay the politicians to do whatever you want, right? You can pay them to do whatever you want. In which case you get any world you want. You'll be able to pay and you'll get any world you want. That's the way it works. The people with the money, right? It's the golden rule. The man with all the gold makes all the rules. Bing. That's why I drink a lot. It keeps me from saying stupid things. It's opposite over here in Scotland. We drink and we say stupid things. I want to buy new politicians. Good idea, Jake. You could probably do it. Truth hurts people, Dragonfly. Your true story, it does. Politicians are cheap these days. In Scotland, you can get the First Minister got done for buying a fucking caravan. It was a caravan. You know how, like people call them poverty holidays when you jump in a caravan and you drive up the road and that's your holiday. And you invariably sell the caravan when you get back because you have to live in that close proximity to your family. You end up hating your family and they hate you. Maybe you slip into conversations about American politics or something, and you come back and you all hate each other, and you think the only way we can save the marriage is if we sell the caravan. Anyway, Nicola Sturgeon, she was the First Minister in Scotland, and they were the leading party, the SNP, and she should have been focusing on things like, the party's point, which is independence, but instead she was taking back-channeling money from her husband, who was in charge of the accounts of the party, to buy things like a caravan. So that shows you, Scotland's no better when it comes to politicians. We're even worse. It's like small fry stupidity. Even stupider, but for less reward. So it's not like I can critique your system without taking on board the fact that it's absolutely fucking stupid over here too. Maybe even worse. But hey, it is what it is. So we'll need some money. Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's Lisbon. Yeah, Lisbon. Let's get back to talking about Lisbon. Save the day there, Geck. Lisbon 0.7226. Holding that positive move so far, and that's what you like to see on a breakout. Could go absolutely bonkers, but it doesn't need to every moment of every day. Here's these higher highs. In terms of the bodies breaking out of this downward sloping resistance, you can see how this has been across the top of price action for so very, very long, right? And then you broke out of it, and at this stage you did it once before. You also did it back here on June the 6th. You did it here on May the 16th, 16th. You peeked your head up back on March the 21st. But never did you manage to get an open back above this line. An open itself isn't enough. You also need a close and a subsequent open, which you've had here. The open, the open, and potentially another close. And if this candle today finishes anywhere back above that downward sloping resistance level at 0.615, call it, though it even has to be lower than that still, then this would be a hugely positive trend in evolution here. If it still manages to poke its way back above the 236 at 0.75, having done it once, it's only got 0.78 and then L Baker's target is 0.88 ahead of it. And it could do all that today, right? It could do all that in less than a day. It could do it in a 1 hour candle easily if it wanted to, because it's confirmed a break of the previous formation. If the narrative is changed on things like LPSN, then it'll turn into a growth story. And a growth story involves multiples, and it involves like expansion, and think about people in the future, think about the value of this thing is going to increase exponentially, in which point it starts increasing immediately. So this thing's been suffering under this delisting notice. It's been, previous to that, impacted heavily by the previous CEO, and now having gone through a period of transition, having exceeded their targets by 20% of the expectations on the earnings. Boom, Nick, Traceborn, what do you make of AMC holding 5.27 after testing the 200 simple moving average? It looks like it's forming a tradable move. Yo, Nick, $5 is very generous, so let's check it out, that's appreciated. AMC. Yeah, this is sideways, it's consolidation. It's trapped between these two important moving averages on the daily time frame. Holding that 236 is good, but it has tested lower, only to catch the 50 simple. There's a negative splay between those two moving averages, and that's why price is bouncing between them ahead of any breakout. It wasn't going to break the 200 there, wasn't going to break the 50 simple here, back at the 200. If it does come down and test that 50 simple at 4.70, 4.66, that's still a higher low, and it would be a third in series, which would be positive, but it comes with these lower highs. So to emphasize what that is, I'll draw on the formation. Now, it is clearly a period of consolidation in that price is going sideways, and it's not putting in higher highs, it's not putting in lower lows, so there's no trend. There's only sideways price action. And within that sideways price action, you're getting bounces off support and resistance repeatedly. You've just had a test of resistance, and if it does what it did previously, you'll get a test of support. That at the 236 and holding $5 on the close on a daily time frame, or even immediately recovering tomorrow, would still be positive despite the fact it'd be a retracement back against those levels and exceed that 5.27. So that's what you're looking for, confirmation, which could come with a move down and still be positive. It's true though to say that this is all happening back below this previous high and obviously back above this previous low. This low here is an impulse move and suggests that at some stage AMC will test $3 and change again. The rejection at the top side here didn't have any sort of a wick on the guy, right? And the open the next day so desperately far down does speak to the potential volatility should it exceed this level. So that's the area to break. It's also 382 from the 236 measured to the top side, as you can see on my fib and the toolkit. Delete mine, so don't need two of these guys. And then, oops. And then drop on these fake out areas. So if AMC does manage to break back above 666 or so, that's the level it needs to in order to make a big difference. We'll put that as green and we'll make it slightly less. We'll give it some of that wiggle-y. If it manages to hold that, that's great. If it manages to hold this, that's also good. These are the two fake out areas from this current trend. If you do get a break of it, like this would be your measured move. Wish they wouldn't let you write on trend lines. It just gets annoying as, right? So this would be the measured move. If you want to get back above there, I suppose you could make that more accurate, the body close, which comes in similar to that level. Maybe I could have drawn it more accurately. So that'd be the breakout. You need to take it from the place where it would actually break, go to a 382, break that fake out zone, that make a difference. If it breaks down, then likewise you've got this important area here which would be broken. You'd be below a 50 simple. The 50 simple itself is below the 200 period moving average. On the daily time frame, that would be speaking to failure. You've got the impulse move that you need to test again. This measured move takes you back to that area that the price will get to eventually in around $3.33. And so I'd be very, very careful of that potential. If GameStop's moving down, I would expect AMC to do so as well. AMC tends to move on the same sort of schedule as GameStop. As you can see here, this was a 310% move, and if we're to check GameStop's equivalent, right, GameStop was a significantly higher move, 500% or something, wasn't it? Yeah, there it is. 500 odd percent. So significantly more on GameStop, despite the fact that it's starting at a higher level. It's got more to do on price. A lot of people are very negative about AMC without realising that GameStop's been through quite a lot of dilutions itself. If AMC had never been through any dilutions, then AMC would be currently trading in at around $29, which, as you'll know, is more than, holy shit, there's a dog in an orange jacket. Look, the dog. Even the dog is wearing a rain jacket. Look at the thing. Can you see it? Do you see that dog? Look at the thing. It looks like a horse. Looks like a horse. How appropriate this conversation is becoming. So what do I think about AMC? I think that it's great. It's great because it really annoys GME elitists. The thing is, right, there's some GME elitists, maybe even the majority of them, are just in disguise, and they're really melties, right? They're really meltdowners who pretend to be GME elitists to egg on crazy thinking and conversations to undermine the GameStop movement with what is apparent stupidity and ignorance. They themselves aren't hypocrites. They're just really confused. But you can pick the elitists, you can find them from the meltdowners by talking about AMC, right? Because the GME elitists who aren't meltdowners get really annoyed when you talk about AMC. And those ones also happen to be fascists. Anyway, let's stay away from that conversation. So, yeah, what do I think about AMC? Well, it's great because it annoys people that I think are very, very easy to annoy, and it's funny. And it's like, without even doing anything, they're being trolled by the markets themselves. And AMC does tend to move in a similar direction and time as GameStop because loads of the same people trade it, right? Now, those elitists blame that on people like me for mentioning it, but it was only that me started mentioning it because the people who trade GameStop asked me to. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered. It's not like I get paid by Kenny and his merry gang of shorters by talking about AMC. That doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. So it's not some nefarious, malicious activity. It's because, like Nick asked in the chat box, and like lots of people do all the time, they say, where's AMC up to? And that's because it has the potential to make them some money. And people like to invest in more than one stock. A lot of people like to do that. They also like to invest in things that were shorted more than 100%. And that's why it happens. You might have noticed that during Roaring Kitty's live streams, he was regularly asked about AMC and said that he wasn't interested, right? That isn't something he's after, and it wasn't really tickling his fancy. He did mention that it was obviously a leveraged company, and that presented a little bit of concern, that had been the reason for lots of people targeting it to the short side. But it subsequently went from $2 to $9, like we said it would on the channel. And then, what did it go to in the end? 72 or something silly. So it's made an awful lot of people an awful lot of money, and those people very good people. So that's one of the things I think about it. In terms of its actual chart, it isn't as bullish as GameStop. In terms of its fundamentals, it's like could be doing a whole lot better, right? Put it lightly. Could be doing a whole lot better. And Adam Aaron, I think is a very cynical man. He's a very cynical man. I don't think that he's very professional to be wearing like no pants on the live stream like that. I always wear pants on the live stream. And I think that it's the least I can do for you guys. So the fact that he can't be arsed doing that isn't very indicative of an adult or a responsible person who takes your investment seriously. So I'd find that to be a true point. I also think that he's been caught in romance scams, and that speaks to his naivety and pathetic nature, which doesn't instill me with confidence. And I also think that when he said that Ape would deliver a true share count, he was on the verge of lying because he can just phone his proxy lawyers and get the true share count. That's one of their jobs, right? You know, when you have an annual general meeting, you need to count the votes. Well, you're clearly only going to count the number of votes for their actual shareholders, which is represented by the total shares outstanding, right? And you don't need another ticker or a preference shares in order to get a true share count. So I think when he said that, it really rang some alarm bells with me in that he was being highly manipulative in that moment. The reason he did it was because the company needed to raise funds to meet its debt. The only way it was able to do that after the shareholders rejected the idea of a dilution was via splitting off preference shares and then later recombining them for a much bigger share count and then raising the money. The fact that that then wasn't all deployed to pay off the debts, but was some of it used for executive bonuses, I think that was outright immoral, along with dead stupid, because, you know, the guy's not dead yet, and so why would that happen? I also have taken note of his comments where he says that he's very old and he's very tired, and so I think if that's all true, which it seems to be, especially the last part, which are words out of his own mouth, then he should pass the job on to somebody else who would do better at it, and I'd be willing to step in and do that for him, not paid, for 2 years and turn the company around if he wants. But you'll have to ask me in a nice way, otherwise I'm not fucking bothered. I'm sure there's lots of other people who'd be offering the same thing. Anyway, so this thing breaks to the top side, back above a 200 period moving average. I'd expect it to get towards $7.98 before the 50 simple period moving average on the daily time frame move towards that 200 period moving average, which will keep moving back down again. And that'll lead to a cross. That positive golden cross on the daily time frame likely means that price will come back down again and test it. So let's say that that 50 simple continues up at that sort of trajectory, then price itself could be moving towards $8, come back down and test the breakout as price exceeded this diagonal. It could be the departure point, it could be the trend line itself that gets retested, but I suspect it would be the 50 simple period moving average having gone through the 200. In order for that to happen, the 200 period moving average itself needs to continue down. And so all of that together speaks to the potential for AMC to test support again, because if AMC does come down again and test 4.99 or just below $5, get a test of this trend line here, get a test of the 50 simple period moving average, it'll bring the 200 period down even further, making the cross on those two averages even more likely, giving price the chance to escape reverse polarity, escape velocity back above both of them for the time being, test this important level or this important Fibonacci, that's 682 or $8, at which point then it can come back for a retest, confirm support at previous resistance, and then really start moving off again. And if we look at this for the schedule and timeline of what's happening in GameStop then, because it's clear, it gives us a slightly cleaner picture, it would be price making its move to here, the moving average itself picking up and breaking through what is currently resistance, that 50 simple blue moving average. The 200 maintaining this negative slope until such times as price goes above it, then getting a positive slope, at the same time 50 simple breaking through that 200 giving you a positive splay, and then price itself exceeding all of those levels and moving higher. So if we look at that being what happens, it may well be that this is a sort of same formation, well obviously completely different levels, that you see GameStop go through, which would mean moves up, retracements back to these previous peaks on price action, which would be very important for it, and then breaking up and testing higher levels still. So if the bullish case for AMC is to evolve as such, then the support levels you're looking at are 4.99 and 4.50. Anything lower than 4.12, 4.10, I'd get very concerned that price is going to come back down and test this important area where there's a gap, there's an impulse move, and it'd be $3. It'd be a 25% move from the level of the fake out. So I'd be very, very cautious about holding it beyond there. If it breaks to the top side, I don't think breaking above this fake out zone is the be all and end all. It could easily make its way towards $8 before it comes back and finds support again and then break on up again. I think if that's what you're looking to, there's some good risk management in there along with the targets, and if that's what's delivering in the same situation for GameStop, then also matches up with this theory of testing $30. $30 being an important area on what is currently a broadening wedge. So price action making it to 30 again isn't then confirmation of it breaking out, but it could come back, test support at 25 or thereabouts, and then break up again and go for that target in around 44 to 48. If that can't hold price, then I'd look for it to go back and test this high in at around 65, and then that's what we'll see GameStop do if it follows the same pattern that we're seeing on AMC. So I'll draw it here so that it's slightly more obvious. No, I won't because I can't be bothered. This is where we've already marked in the target at 32, $33. I'll stretch this out so that it makes less mess and is slightly more sensible for you. There's that rocky outcrop flash back within the previous formation. Very, very important. Don't need toolkit on, keep it slightly cleaner here. Don't need the flash either, you've seen that. Good for you. So now you're looking for it to come back up and test the 24, and if it can manage to break them, you're looking for it to test this downward sloping resistance 25.50, and if that breaks, you get to the top side of this broadening wedge, and that comes in at around $28 at the minute. If it takes slightly longer to do it, then maybe it'll be up at around 30, but the actual target to aim for is in around here at 32 to $33. Breaking 33 would be very significant on GameStop, because that's this downward sloping resistance. And if we aren't looking at a symmetrical triangle with these touches, 1, 2, and potentially a third touch, making this trend line real, and until such times as it gets this guy, this most recent potential touch, it isn't real. But should it get that and come away from it, then we'll get a lot of contextual information on price, and you'd be looking at an absolutely stonking move on GameStop. I drew this as a little bit of a mess, but that doesn't matter, who cares? You'd be looking for an absolutely stonking move, taking it up towards $100. So the fact that that's information we can glean and verify and test the validity of using another chart like AMC is beneficial. It's another thing I like about AMC, that you can use it and get a lot of utility from it even if you aren't trading it. So people hating on it is just, you know, just naive really. Anyway, so here it is, that's a potential breakout. It doesn't have to go like that, of course, but that would be the measured move from inside this symmetrical triangle, and that target being even more important now that you understand why it is that we're focusing so much on $33 here on the channel. It's of course important what it does towards 25, and all of these intermittent moves, the intraday time frames, they give us contextual information for measuring the strength of price and so on. We'll pay attention to it all, but the market structure, you know, the structure on price and the way we've seen price evolve on GameStop means that that test at $33 is so important. It's so important. And the rejection from that, holding support at 25, $26 again is so important, because if it gets there and it gets rejected, that same move that you saw expressed with the liquidity in this formation, it'll happen, but it'll happen on a breakdown. And I really don't want that to happen, though I would manage my position if it was to be the case. You know, it could well be that you're looking at something like this and it come back, it would be testing black below $10 again. And that's what you might see, you know, if Roaring Kitty comes out and he says, like, I've not got GameStop and I hate it all of a sudden because, you know, for some reason, you know, it took 5 minutes and a couple of bits of bad news and I completely changed my mind, even though I'd held it through extremely bad news for 3 years. For some reason, he lost his mind. Yeah, it would maybe come back to those levels, right? So if he's lost his mind, if Roaring Kitty's lost his mind, then he talks about it on the internet too. It may well be that you'd see tests back down. There's an impulse move off the back of this guy too, so that happening is not out of the question at all. Also testing in around these previous levels, the low on this part of the move, and this downward sloping support, which was previously resistance for years and years, this downward sloping, you know, another test of that's also not totally bearish in and of itself, especially if there's a positive reaction off the back of it. So $16 is still so possible for GameStop. It's just that in order for that to happen, based on what we're currently seeing, you'd need to see some significant rejections of important levels, and I don't see that happening. I'm more bullish than otherwise, and my account count is very much orientated for moves back up again. You've also got that rocky outcrop flash that you saw. So I would anticipate price action going sideways or up until such times as you break those important levels. And another test of these areas here, not completely impossible, put it lightly. Turn off the drawings, you can see that high, higher high on the wick. These low wicks here, higher lows, it would just be a continuation of a trend already in motion, rather than creating a new trend, which takes far more momentum, is far more difficult, takes far longer. You're just looking for continuation of the current trend, and that means that your anxiety can be lower, you're easier to manage risk, and it's easier to know where and when you need to start covering your position to make sure you don't lose money on the downside. So positive about GameStop, positive about AMC. I think that they can both give each other insights, and I don't really have any ideology in other than the fact that the power of the individual is the most important thing. The most important thing in the world at the minute is respecting the power of the individual. It certainly isn't about admiring the power of any one group, right? They can all fuck off. Right, that's what I don't like. That I hate that shit. I've always been on the fringes of these things when I've seen them evolve. I don't like standing in the middle of some shitty group of people that are controlled by an ideology. I much prefer people who act on their own volition, satisfying their own thoughts and beliefs rather than ascribing to other people's. And I think that that's what we're looking at here, with people making their own mind up, people making their own trading decisions. Then that's what speaks to the power of GameStop, and it's always what's been attracted me to it, is the fact that a lot of people decided on their own accord, for their own reasons, to do something that's quite similar. And that's why I like GameStop. I wouldn't like that in Apple, right? I would think that that's just like ignorant people jumping on something they think's going up, so they're all acting together like blah blah blah. Again, just self-satisfactory, all serving their own ego, and like also involving shitloads of cognitive dissonance, right? People can believe in their own investment hypothesis, that's fine. If it's something dead obvious, it doesn't need a sense of community around it, right? It's making people money and it's dead obvious, like Microsoft, you know, like big groups of Microsoft investors meeting up of their own accord. That'd be dead weird. Like, what have you got that draws you together and comment, we all like money? Well, yeah, that, like, obviously, who doesn't? It's about the fact that people have made a decision that they think themselves is going to also change the world, right? And you don't get that with stocks that are already at fair value. That's silly. So what do I think? I think positive news. I think positive things. Tesla is currently doing all right again. Still doing well here. 1 minute time frame. Oh yeah. Testing up again at this top side of the bearish control zone. Clearly not a bearish formation. Clearly a simple retracement. It's quite positive there. Just holding that back above the center line, your own moving average. That looks great, right? Tesla looks great. LPSN also looks great. Tested support. It's done well. Keeps coming back up and battering against resistance. This does look like it's starting to try and do that little slowly sneak up thing. If it bounces there, well, it already did, right? If that continues back up and you get resistance again, three touches, you get another touch here. You know, is that going to happen, right? I'm not going to say it is, but if it did, my goodness, it probably wouldn't come all the way back to support again. It'd probably do that. And then if it does this sort of thing, that's just people managing their positions and holding the breakout until such times as they get out, which they'd have to do quickly because it could explode at any moment. You know, this thing will potentially make a huge, amazing move, even though it's already done quite good. Boom, boom, boom. Take it back above 0.8, that could do. It might seem a little bit crazy, but that's simply because we're so used to looking at this. And on this channel, most of what we look at is this. We don't even bother going back to any of that stuff. You know, who cares yet? When we get there, we'll look at all of it. At the minute, this breakout is not all that crazy. You know, go back to that 8 L Baker's target here. You know, it makes perfect sense. It's had a number of touches on it. It's been found support here and around these levels. It found resistance here, found resistance again, and it's clearly the place where price will go to in search of resistance. Whether or not it does a full measured move doesn't really matter. At this stage, it would be back up towards 90 cents, right? The delisting notice will drop if it manages to hold a number of days back above $1, and the thing came from less than half of that, right? So It's already done so much of the move. The question, if it broke 0.88, wouldn't be can it manage to maintain 14 days above $1? The question would be where's it going, right? $2, $2.50, $5.50, $9.50? These would be the questions people ask, not whether or not it's going to maintain listing status. It's obvious, right? It's obvious. It's very, very obvious. If 2/3 of all companies who get delisting notices are actually delisted, 1/3, a good of the remaining 2/3, a good 66% of them, or 2/3 of them, do only survive through a reverse split. If this thing manages to pull back above $1, not having done a reverse split, not even having published its transition plan, right? It would be exceptional. It would be absolutely exceptional, right? There'd be articles and stories written all over the place about how strong it was, and there would then be other people looking around saying, did anyone call this? Like, how did they? And then they would notice that there's a group of, quote unquote, rabbit ears activist investors involved, and then they'd look at the actual activist fund involved, then they'd look at the board change, they'd look at the transition team, and they'd be like, this is a new GameStop, this is another deep value play, this is going to absolutely explode. Anyone who shorts trapped already because the narrative changed when they were asleep, and it has, and they already borrowed their shares, and it's very difficult for them to get the same liquidity that they would have needed to during this period. Up here, it'll be very, very difficult, and they'll be in a lot of trouble, and that might then accelerate price a lot more, at which point this thing will go down in fucking history. So that's what we're looking at Lipson. Positive moves if it does manage to do stuff in the tiny time frames. Let's see how that evolves. Price is just not moving right now. GTS, I'm in the kitchen, GTS, I'm very close to the kitchen. The door between me and the kitchen is wide open. It's wide open. So I don't feel like I've stopped talking since the show started, which was how long ago? 2 hours. And what have I missed? Knew I was your favourite. Kitties Never Die is my favourite. Who are you talking to? Death of Banana Fridge, hydration check. Another one! Starting to climb up in San Diego. Hopefully the heat doesn't come back full force. Jake! Out here we don't worry about heat. That's good that the rain stopped. Looks awful in Texas. How come every time it rains somewhere in America, people die now? Every time. Like, it's like the third world or something. There's like, huge weather problems coming for Texas. That's what it says. It says it on the news here too. Like, huge problems for Texas weather. And then 2 days later, it says, that bad weather happened and 2 people died. And you're like, how the fuck did that happen? Right? And then the electricity is out for like 2 days. And you think to yourself, how the fuck is that happening? Right? What is this? Is it Ethiopia or is it America? What's going on? Like, it rains in Scotland all the time. There's nearly always somewhere flooded. And there's nowhere near the amount of people's electricity getting taken out or people dying. But it rains in Texas, fair enough, it can be very bad. But that doesn't mean people should be dying. How are people dying? Like, that seems like really, really bad news. And I don't know, it just seems weird, right? It didn't used to be like that. Why is it like that nowadays? With global warming, well, sure, the weather, but not the people's incompetence. Like, what's happened? Maybe it's like you used to be more comfortable with the idea of going to the local community centre or the little sports hall to stay, but now that's just such a pinko-commie thing to do that you all try and hold the fort down and live it out on your own, and then you can't even manage it because, you drown and stuff. Is that what's up? Lisa, crazy cat, Diddle. Yo, what else? 132 watching, 106 likes. Awesome. Hit like again. Everybody hit like again, quickly. Fridge, can you pop some perlite on to chill for me? What the hell is that? 1,350% up on my Tesla calls. This is nuts. Wildcraft Woodworks. Good news. Good to hear it. Well done, mate. Well done. Good to see that. When SY says, I YOLO'd into Lipson, what does that exactly mean? A majority of net worth, 50% plus all of the net worth? YOLO'd. YOLO's you only live once, right? So it means different things to different people, It means different things to different people. I can tell you what it means from my point of view. From my point of view, what it means is my house was flooded and I had to liquidate the vast majority of my trading account. And then I spoke to a lawyer, and he's sticking it to the insurance company as hard as he fucking can. And I'm not backing down or moving an inch, and it's dragging shit out for ages. So in the meantime, I just paid for the people to fix my house myself, which they themselves, they're dead slow and they're not fucking doing a good enough job, but that's not the point. I just paid for it myself. And then the money I had remaining, I thought, well, a tiny little chunk of this I'm going to need to keep, a tiny little chunk to keep, back as akin to most of the people in the chat box here, what you'll be trading with and starting with. Keep that amount because it's how I pay my bills and it's how I pay other people's bills, and I have to trade quite intently, and when the show's support drops off a bit, then I have to do less of it and more trading, and then to try and generate a little bit of an income. But aside from that, everything else that should have rightfully in any sensible person be kept in an account to give to the insurance people or to pay to the, not them really, but I have to pay other things, right, like the bar below which are flooded and whatnot, which I'm liable for apparently. I should have kept that money to pay for those things. But instead, what I've been doing is I've been slowly putting tens of thousands of dollars in LPSN over and over and over. And I'm going to keep doing that and keep doing that until it's all gone. And that's my version of YOLOing. And other people, they do things like Owl, whose contracts in GameStop, he was in part of the Discord and whatnot, so well aware of the moves ahead of the news. He was looking at it and saw, in around 13th of May when Wiki Wilkes and the rest of the gang were talking about how there was something coming on GameStop. He was in for just around there. So his contracts went up something like 38,000%. And he's, taken that extreme wealth that he made from that and he's putting it into LPSN. And he's the sort of person who, not revealing too much here, I hope. He's the sort of person who YOLOs. So he's doing things like that, right? And so he's still got a lot of GameStop, but he wouldn't be looking to find any other ticker. He'd be looking to find places on LPSN to put more and more money in. So that's what that is, that sort of thing, that sort of YOLOing. Other people, they might just only have, $1,000 and that's all they've got. They don't want to be a trader. They don't mind if they lose the money and they think to themselves, well, I'm going to YOLO all of this $1,000 in, that sort of thing. I think that you, in all honesty, that you'll make more money over a longer period of time, be better, happier, healthier, wealthier if you don't YOLO things, but instead have a strategic approach to price and manage your risk via capital exposure. You don't need to put that much money in. You don't need to turn whatever you've got into millions and millions of dollars either. It's certainly not on any one trade, but you can, over time, make tens of millions of dollars, starting with very, very little, if you're sensible, wise, and take profit early and frequently. And I think that in order to make the most of LPSN, you might need a slightly different strategic approach to how you manage price from how you manage your portfolio. And so the only way to do that and also maintain like a diamond hand strategy that doesn't sell on every dip is to manage your capital exposure so you don't put too much into it. So I would say that don't trade like me or Owl. We're very, very aggressive traders, really aggressive, right on the edge of what you can do. So you shouldn't do that. You can benefit from everybody else's participation in the upward movements in price stock and not invest your entire life savings into one thing. You definitely should think about that. That would be the way to do it. And ideally you would be doing it with like the skills and experience. So you should take the course and join a Discord where your peers are learning and leveling up all the time. And then afterwards, then you should have a portfolio which invests in a series of different stocks at the right time, takes profit at your targets, have a plan for how you're going to do that, follow through on that plan. That's what I think most people should do. I don't recommend people YOLO. And I think YOLO means different things to different people. But, you only live once is the expression. And often it's taken to be an excuse for gambling. So you're going to need to be very, very careful if you do YOLO. And the trick to YOLOing is to do it well with a good plan on a stock that is currently deep value. And the best place to find those is in tech. for the biggest possible return. And what you're doing is taking a massive, massive risk, not just on the context of the investment, not in the way that you plan on holding or whatever, but also in the fact that you'd be putting all of your capital in there. So it's a huge opportunity cost because you cannot trade anything else. And it may well be that if you were trading other things, you'd be able to make more money to put in and get a bigger position ultimately anyway. So I don't recommend everybody YOLO, and what it is to YOLO means different things to different people. So it's like a contextual answer there. And while I personally, I've got my version of YOLO, everyone will have their own. Why has my chat box disappeared? Where is it? It's definitely somewhere here. That one? There it is. Ah, my God, it moved on. Too late, trace button, already YOLO'd. Well, I consider YOLOing. There you go. Good to see it. Good to see it. Well, manage your risk appropriately. Manage your risk appropriately, L. Baker. Why is price not moving? This stinks when price doesn't move. Stinks. Keep it like that and we'll see it better when it does. Water temperatures are very high, abnormally high, which significantly increases the hurricane strength. Yes, all that energy in the air. Gonna be fun. I'm repairing roof and fence action once it isn't 100 degrees outside. Flyboy, they say you should fix the roof while the sun's shining. I suppose that saying takes on a totally different meaning when it's like 100 degrees. Maybe you should just leave the hole in the roof when it's sun shining. Aye, aye, Captain. Good to hear it, L. Baker. Sorry to hear that, Flyby. What happened? It wasn't little rain or global warming. It was a hurricane. A hurricane. Yeah. Still, people shouldn't be dying, right? They shouldn't be dying. What with weather reports and everything nowadays. Though, you know, a lot of sympathy. In Scotland, we don't have those things. Hurricanes. I suppose we're lucky in that the direction that Earth spins on its axis and that we're on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean means that we're fine. But you guys are screwed. I puked from the heat today. Who knew that could happen to me? No, you puked from the heat. You didn't know that could happen. That's really dangerous, yo. You get some ice on your head and stuff. We had workers passing out from heat for 2 weeks now. Fucking hell, Rio. Why is making them work in that heat? You need to give them some protective equipment. This sounds fucking awful. This sounds fucking awful. You guys have better drainage and force through. Yeah, we do have that. It's still like highly tarmacked society here, but yeah, we definitely got better drainage and stuff. Bing bong, the likes are wrong. Get those likes up. Nick, trace point. If we see rate cuts, how do you imagine that will impact small caps, assuming these rates are crushing them? Well, it all depends on like which enterprise you're talking about. You know, like some of them won't make any difference. Like the ones you're talking about are the ones that are highly geared, still profitable, but struggle with their operational efficiencies due to the cost of money. So there'll be a number of them that'll benefit, but it's very much on a case-by-case basis, I would say. I think that if we see rate cuts, the biggest small cap benefits you'll see will be in emerging markets, right? They'll not be in America at all, and some of the best ones will be in Britain. So I'd look for FTSE 250 companies with acute operational tightness and the cost of money dropping, the exchange rates improving, and that being hugely beneficial for the bottom line of these British companies. That's what I'd look to for like short-term benefit because of that dynamic. We had really bad snowfall that killed a few people. Trees fall on houses apparently a thing. Yeah, a tree fell in my house here. Was it last winter or the year before? A tree fell in my house here. It smashed loads of the shit up. Knocked massive holes off the side of the rendering, took the big tiles off, knocked the guttering down, and like really pissed me off. Trees falling down. It wasn't even a massive tree, right? Nor was it one that I had the guy come out and look at the trees in case, like, you know, the wind did that. And he looked at all of them and he pointed 3 of them that were quite dangerous and he said you should get them fixed. And I asked him how much it would be and he told me, and I told him to get out of town. Like, you know what I mean? No danger, mate. The tree can just fall in my house if it's going to do that. And then he left, and it was none of those threes. It was a different one altogether. It wasn't as big as those, and travelled at speed and smacked into my house. I also called it wrong. The close, body close on 4 hour LPSN is coming. Well, why doesn't the price want to move? Is it still at the same area? Sheesh. That's very strong. Into the bullish control zone. Good test of the centre line, held its own moving average, and then into the bullish control zone. That's very, very strong. Nothing divergent because this is a higher peak. It's beating all of these previous areas from the downtrend. There's the fake out zones, all past all these prior highs, and the last one left is this 8.8. So this is super positive, really. You can move out of the way, stop confusing everyone. So can you. In fact, I'll just turn drawings off so they stop confusing everybody. 4 hour close. A doji here, didn't break down. Another one, not the end of the world. Daily time frame, it's not a doji, it's a positive candle. As much body as wick, so no rejection. It is in an uptrend and it hasn't pulled back, so that's all fine. On the 4 hour, you did have a previous doji and then opened with a positive candle, and a lot of people would have been worried about this shooting star. Price falling down again. But that's not happened, and this is a lot of strength there. 1 hour time frame, this is what I want to see on lower time frames, right? With these higher lows, higher highs, escape resistance zones, but not yet exploded. Speaking to people managing positions, trying to hold that explosion in. Like when they're sick, you know, but like someone who's sick and they've been sick in their mouth and they don't want to let it out, and they're going to start being sick again, at which point it's all going to start pouring out of them. That's what's going to happen if the smaller time frames start doing what we're seeing on the hourly. Preferably, you know, this wouldn't have been such a significant retrace. You would have held 0.73, 0.72, what you kind of are at the minute. Still. It's alright actually, eh? And that's on a diagonal support line. That's where you like to see it hold. Don't suppose you need this, or this anymore. So that's where you'd like to see it hold because of the nature of the previous candles. If it does, well, like I say, people being sick in their mouth, price moving to the top side, you'll all be dying being sick from heat exhaustion. I've never been sick from price going up before, says you. This is an important area. Body closes all higher than important body closes, even back than this guy. So it's the next one, 767. High today, 7557. That's positive. Let's see how price evolves. I'm not going to watch it on the 1 hour though. Still got that line everywhere else, so I'll just watch it down here. 1 minute. And then there's loads of areas to find support if it does want to come back down anyway, but holding that would be very bullish and would be ahead of a potential strong move. There's the test of the bearish control zone. Clearly that's at the low side of a trend. That trend is marked by a trend line that moves to the top side. If it recovers the center line at this stage, it won't be long before it just pushes up. Ooh, that'll be fun! That'll be fun. What else is moving? What else? What's the chat box saying? Back in with the chat box. What have I missed? Probably missed loads of things. When the heat is bad, I have a little mantra I say to myself: don't throw up, don't pass out. The heat here in Florida is killer the past couple of weeks. But you never know what you've got till it's gone, huh? GME like paint drying, isn't it? Darth Viveva, hydrate. Good to be back. Thanks for what you do. Willful Lucky, good to see you. You're welcome. Hey. Here again, as soon as I can, I'll join the group. Thank you for teaching me to be a lot less stupid with my trades. You're welcome, Little Lucky. You're welcome. Good take, good take. Good to see you. Been a while, buddy. It's interesting in the Midwest of America that trustworthy severe weather coverage is being found on YouTube and no longer legacy media. Interesting development. Yeah, so you get like this network of like weather stations among hobbyists who enjoy updating and keeping people informed, and then you get much more accurate and local weather reports, which together can create a better, bigger picture and more accurate data. And so like this disparate network of like a decentralized weather collection type of system is much better than like huge big data analysis, especially because you've got La Nina, El Nino all back together, celebrating again. Standard models aren't particularly useful, so like having actual real live data, that's much better. Alrighty. Truthball, you and Jake are the best dads. I'm proud to be y'all's son. Great, great, yep. Well, you know, you're supposed to look after us in our old age, right? That's the point in having kids nowadays, isn't it? I think that is. Right, that's a Confucius tradition. So, good to see you, son. Keep it up. Need a move, getting bored on stocks, need a roller coaster again to feel alive. That speaks to neurological issues that have developed in your addiction to trading, Mr. Pancakes. Eventually, if you watch my video, is trading Bitcoin gambling? It speaks to what it is to be a gambler and how you'll get rewarded from the thrill of trading as opposed to the winning. And like that's all understandable. Like I enjoy playing soccer, as you guys call it. It's football. We invented it, so I think we should be allowed to name it. Anyway, it's football. But we invented it, so like I say, I enjoy playing it, but if I wasn't winning, I wouldn't fucking enjoy it. I would stop doing it. I would hate it, in fact. I would hate it. I'd hate it, and I'd hate myself for not being good at winning something that I did previously enjoy as well. And I'd either blame it on my team, or look for a new one, or figure out what it was I was doing wrong and stop being shit at it. So that's the thing with trading. There's people out in t-shirt and shorts. They are a tourist. That's definitely a tourist. They woke up this morning and chose pain. So what were we saying? Football. No, that wasn't it. Oh yeah, so what's happening is you're rewarding yourself before there's any conclusion to the trade because you're excited by the thrill and so on, which is just speaking to an addiction. And so instead you want to temper that. I know it's fine, we're chatting, it's just having a laugh, and I know you don't really feel that way, but especially yourself baking pancakes, you're only new, so you can't have managed to develop these synaptic responses already, unless you're predisposed to gambling, in which case you take extra care and not to let the process be the reward, but instead the outcome. And as traders, we focus on outcomes via the derivative of a proper process, and that process is a plan, not the emotional aspect of trading. Also, these emotions themselves will cause you to wildly fluctuate in your behaviors and actions, which will compromise your trading plan. So I'm taking this moment, using that comment, though I don't think you were dead serious, to try and give you a serious answer so that other people benefit who are listening along as opposed to yourself, Mr. Pancakes. And that's that the only thing you should enjoy about trading is the fact that you did what you said you would do, and that the outcomes, well, they speak to the validity of that thing you said you would do, that plan, that process. And as long as you're acting on a real plan based on artifacts on the chart and the tools and skills that are delivered here in the show, on Rocky's show, on the Discord and in the course, as long as you're doing that and that's a real plan, then it'll be iteratively improving. You'll get better at it every time, and you can take a lot of joy from that. A lot of joy from it. And I can tell you, right, and I get this satisfaction in life loads, is when People ask me, what do you do? And I say, I trade, I'm a trader. And they say, oh right, I thought that was very difficult. Some of them, completely cynical, believe that it's not possible to make money as an individual trader. And then they see my life, they see the things I do, they see the stuff I pay for, they see the people I provide for, and they recognize that not only am I doing all of this stuff through generosity and compassion, but also that the means and methods by which I'm able to generate the money to make those decisions is entirely off my own creative intelligence. And these people are amazed that it's possible. They think that you, as someone who does that, are like a fucking Superman, and they think that you probably should be in charge of the world. That's how they treat you. And you might experience some of that yourself if you've been consistently profitable. But when people realize that you can do this job and that you can make money at it when so many others fall, they think that you're a god. They do. They think you're absolutely like a god. And you can get a lot of joy from that. Not because, it's an ego boost, which it is. It's a huge ego boost. But not because of that. But because it's like validation of all of that patience and discipline, right? Which itself isn't fun. There's nothing great about waiting. And self-discipline isn't a fun experience in the moment, right? It's all about sacrifice. So when that's rewarded with validation, not just in the trades themselves, but in the way that other people treat you, then that's where you get those cognitive benefits. That's where you get that synaptic response. That's where you're allowed to take a lot of positive feeling about yourself in those moments and interactions, not in the, oh my god, it moved shitloads thing. That's something that we can talk about and have fun though on the Discord here, when we're on the channel in the Discord, when things are going fun. Good to see these things. What's the price doing? It's actually just in love with that line. Where's the 4-hour close at? Oh my god, it's not doing anything. It's just not doing anything. I'm going to want to be like baking pancakes in a minute. This thing come up and tested. Now I can't remember what all those drawings are for. That's not bad though. I definitely like that. That's not bad. More of that would be great. Tesla, what have you done in the last few seconds? Well, it's clearly bullishly divergent. Coming in for a 4-hour close here. Haven't touched that resistance level. That's fine. 4 hours fine. GameStop, 4 hours. It's just continuation of a trend already in motion. That's also fine. Don't care about this line too much. 1, 2, 3 touches though. This guy, is not really revealing costs. It's finding it difficultly below its important levels. AMC 550 again. That's so positive. It's doing so well. But like I say, it can easily roll over and come back. But it wouldn't ruin it. It wouldn't ruin it. Lips in. Another 4-hour candle where it isn't collapsing. Wait a minute. We're not getting a 4-hour close here. It's not another 4-hour close until 2 hours away. It says it here, 2 hours and 20 minutes away. Yo, what are you talking about? I should have checked. Anyway, this thing, it's at important levels, but it's not moving. None of it is moving right now. I'm in with bacon pancakes. I want the synaptic I don't care any longer. I want the drugs of trading. Okay, I'm going to stop talking for a minute because my throat and stuff, it needs to live. I need it to live. I want my throat to survive. I've held GME for 84 years now. Yep, Darth, you're an OG. Good to see bacon pancakes. Discipline's the highest form of self-love. Yeah, that can be a confusing statement to some people who take it too far, but yes, definitely would agree with that. Yeah, I lurk a lot, but work keeps me busy. 84 years busy, I see. perhaps second highest what? Hello, Poker Baby. Trace button, perhaps a silly question, but why use log and why use linear? Log is better at showing one move relative to another. The nature of the way price moves means that you're better able to anticipate the future of price action based on its past behavior if you're using a logarithmic chart. The reason that you might use a linear chart is because an awful lot of tools that were invented to help traders were based on on linear charts, because not everybody who invented these tools is very good at doing it, and they didn't understand what they were doing to start off with, and a lot of different technology, like say for example a logarithmic chart, has only been possible since you've had electronic interfaces and GUIs like TradingView. You know, like when Rocky and I started trading, right, a lot of the time you'd print out a chart. You'd have to print it out to draw on it, right? There was no drawing on your screen, for example. I mean, you had the graphical user interface, but you didn't necessarily, like, you didn't have any useful programs for drawing on your charts. You just didn't have any. We didn't use any anyway. And then they came along, like with MetaTrader and whatever, other shitty proprietary systems that we had at the bank at the time and that. But they were crap, right? They were fucking crap. And just the way the technology has evolved is that loads of the tools were based on linear charts. Then, you know, creating a chart yourself from the ticker, adding it on from the tape, every closing price, building that up. You need to do one for every time frame. It takes ages. It takes absolutely ages. And then things like a moving average, right? A 200 period simple moving average. It takes fucking ages to make that, obviously. You have to work it out, and then you have to keep doing each plot you'll need to do the average, and it has to come from the previous 200. So it doesn't get easier the further you get into it. And the exponential's even worse, right? Because it's not as simple maths, and the whole thing from where do you start and whatnot is difficult. So logarithmic, it's better. It's way better. Linear, it's where most of the tools were made. But if you've got experience of using tools on the logarithmic chart and you've got your own context for what that means, and especially if you've been around, seen it all, and contributed to the development of the thing, then you'll have your own understanding of how the tools work on the logarithmic chart, and you'll probably be all right using it. So I don't say nobody should do that. I do it regularly, did it most of today, but it's also true to say that some things should be done on a linear chart. So you can go flick between the two, and the fact that you're able to makes it really like much of a muchness now. It doesn't matter what you're on as long as it's the right one for your purposes. But you have to have a purpose, you know. And if you don't, then I would just use logarithmic. Ravioli. Focus on the process and outcome in order to measure the process. Wealthy Lucky. Big Euro matches this week, TracePoint. Yes, Spain are playing tonight at 8, and then Netherlands tomorrow at 8. I'm a gambler myself, so trading seemed like a good fit. Dangerous fit. Last time GME squeezed, it took months. Now that they expect it, I imagine it could take a bit longer. We did, Jake. We made a quality kid together. It's incredible. It's incredible what we're doing with that little wiki. Oh, little wiki Wilkes, and he's going to grow up soon and be a real star. I'm in the age where I don't know if it's too hot or if I'm having a hot flush. Cheshire Cat. Yeah. Well, it's that's the new 30 night. Hot flushes are the new 30. You should be out in the town every night, Cheshire Cat. Living it up. I see a smiley face on Lipson. Scaramouche, can you do the fandango? Tracepot, can you take a look at Dal, please? Pete Risen Sizzle. Tracepot, why do you use RSI on logarithmic? Why do I use RSI on logarithmic? Because I'm particularly good at using it on all different time frames, all different charts, all different types. I'm particularly good with RSI. Like, I'm one of the best people at using RSI. I know all about how to do it, where to do it. It proves its validity constantly. I'm really good at it in Pulse Nor. Why do I use it? Because it adds shitloads of value, so it does. So it does. You know, the RSI is based on the closing price, and if it's higher or lower, that's the main distinction. And that would be true on logarithmic as it would be on linear. And if you're looking at the differences between moves, I think logarithmic can add contextual information. So there's extra added value in using it on a logarithmic. Why do you ask, sir? Jesse J invented it back when there wasn't logarithmic charts, so I understand that that might be the point you're making, but I think I would have already answered that in a previous question. You're old as hell, Trespawn. I know, isn't it disgusting? Isn't it disgusting? Log is best. You're right, Darth, it is the best. What are you looking at? Pete Risen the Sizzle, have a look in a second. If you did not answer the question from before, please tell me more about the emoji calendar. Yo, Kick-Ass Man, if you answered already, just tell me to go back. Was away for a while. Kick-Ass Man, great to see you, buddy. What was the question about the emoji calendar? Was it about Lipson? I'll put it out there tomorrow, I suppose, if that's what you're asking. Though it is already out somewhere. Though I'm not telling you where, because it's half the fun is finding these things. Put hours and hours into those memes. That one I did yesterday was like 36 hours minimum. It was probably about 48, you know, all truth be told, working on that meme. And you know, they don't get anything like the number of views the live streams do, and none of them are monetized, so I get nothing at all for doing them. And then, you know, Lowell the same. And he puts like his life and soul into those things. So if it takes you 10 times watching them to pick up the details, that's fine. I'm surprised nobody commented under the meme yesterday about the stuff in there. There's like at least 50 clues in that to things that people might not even know to ask. Maybe that's the problem. Back to work. Keep up the good stuff. Keep up the good stuff, Darth. You're awful work, aren't you? Tracebot, I meant to have an RSI indicator scale setting set to logarithmic instead of linear, which I remember you pointing out at some point but didn't get into. Oh yes, cool. Yeah, why do I do that? Because it's better, right? It's better. Because it's better. I use, I do things on the RSI that nobody else does. Like nobody else does. The different patterns I draw, the type of measurements I do in those patterns, right? Because patterns are based on trend lines are measurements, and the nature of my measurements are better and more contextual and provide more value on a logarithmic chart. So same to be true on RSI. And while I do change it sometimes, like if I'm drawing a harmonic on the RSI, for example, I would at that stage probably try, or forget maybe, but try to put it back to linear. But the logarithmic's just better, right? And if you're talking about the context of price action, it's much more interesting to see how it behaves here in a logarithmic scale on the RSI than it is to constantly be moving it around, right? At these points in its at its extremes in the top side, especially in an uptrend, I'd rather have it represent a better relevant peak to its previous one than and measure that out better than looking at it on linear. You know, it's also true if I've got the price chart on logarithmic, right? Then maybe it's better to also have the RSI on there as well, which it most commonly would be. Sir, right? So what was it, Dal? It doesn't really matter what you use the RSI on. I don't think it's as important or as significant as your price chart. And to answer your question better there, mate, I think that it doesn't really matter. Just leave it on linear. And Impulse Nor, was it? And if you're taking the course in that, stick to the guidelines there with regards to RSI. Don't believe other people's way of using it. Don't. Stick to that linear. But if you turn it on logarithmic, do remember to turn it off if you start drawing fibs or harmonics, which I sometimes forget and afterwards curse myself for. Hey, quick study and confluence. How does he do that? Ooh, well, look, this is interesting. I mean, you had bullish divergence between these lows. Price came up again and you got continuation divergence on this peak with a failure swing. That failure swing was represented by momentum falling off a cliff. Price didn't do much other than hold that important horizontal here at 46 and change. This is an impulse move, this breakdown, so price is nearly definitely going to come back and close that gap. It's on the daily time frame, so it's obviously also here on the 4 hour. Let's go find you. Let's go find you, buddy. You might be looking at this guy. After price goes through this, then maybe you'd want to look at price again, do another analysis, but so far so good. Go back to the daily to get ya. Finding a failure swing at the bottom side of that gap might be taken to be negative. Holding this horizontal at $46, $47, that's positive. Don't really have any chart formation on the go there. So you didn't. Bit of a mess, but that's a Gartley. This would suggest that price has come back to like here, which it did. Make that a different colour. I don't like it how it's the same colour as divergence, so I'm going to make it this colour. I'm going to change this guy because it shouldn't be that colour either. Yours shouldn't be. Yours should be different. Five to 7. So you have that, but in saying that, it looks like you've got a shitty cipher there as well. So maybe you're looking for this to come back up now. You've also it's on 15-minute time frame, but you've also got shitloads of bullish divergence down here. Oh my god, stop it. We've also got it between these lows. So it speaks to price having been interesting to people at this level of support. It's the full expression of that Gartley there, which itself, you know, a reversal formation, but it's not coming at the top side of the trend there, though maybe you do have, no. Suppose you could, nah. So this thing, I mean, it probably moves back up again. Has it closed that gap? Yes. I don't think it's got continuation divergence yet. Because that was slightly higher. Close the gap here, put in a higher high here. So it's just about the strength of this retracement here so far. Hold the 382 at 47 spot 08. Positive. It's 3236. It's at an important level of horizontal support now, so it doesn't have to break that. But if it did, I would like it to hold 47. If it goes anywhere below 46.72 and then starts taking out these peaks in price action here and goes beyond this liquidity gap here, then I'd worry about it coming back down to like these sort of levels, potentially flicking up from there. But it doesn't look like it wants to do that. It looks like it wants to bounce there, test this horizontal, and then go on test to 50 bucks. It's only 3 on the thing, but suggests that it could start continuing that move up again. If it does, whoops, then you've got like the potential for this to keep going, really, up to around 50. Where's the gap that we talked about? Right, if it does break down below 46, it could easily start going into something that takes it all the way back down to 31. There you got it. There you have your answer. 50, 52, probably from this oscillation low. You've got your bullish divergence, you get your trend line here, and we'll find out where 52 is on Fibonacci retracement from that high. This is 786, so it could go at 52, 53, and this would be where you'd look to take that now. Managing your risk at that red horizontal, with that target up around these levels, somewhere up around there. That's what you'd look for price to do. In order to get there, it needs to break back above a golden pocket and fake out at 50 spot 40. So I'd look for that to break. I'd manage my risk here at 47, 46, 50. Hoping to see it break above 50, and then the target would be 52 and change. That's what I'll be looking at there. LPSN! What are you doing? Why are you not moving anymore? Huh? I'm joining baking pancakes on the hype train. It just loves that line. It's in love with that line now. What's GameStop doing? 24.50. I'm sure I said these levels were important. We have lines and everything. Oh my goodness. Look how it's doing with these lines. I suppose while they're there and prices between them, there's not much to say. It's different. Sorry, I just bought shares. Oh, it's okay. Don't worry, Wiki. Congratulations. What do you think of GJT? It's made people lots of money, it's cost people lots of money. I mean, I don't think you really want to know what I think of it. I can help you make money with it, but you don't want to know what I think of it. Cheers, one. Thank you for the Delta. Much appreciated. You're welcome, Peter. You're welcome. The stock DJT. Yes, I know. Yes, I've made plenty of videos on it. Like, we talked about how it was going to come down to the target it came down to, but nobody decided to take advantage of that. I probably have drawings somewhere, though these are new charts. Maybe they're not on these ones. Oh look, did you see this? Did I do this live? I can't remember if I ended up doing it live. I think I maybe just did this on my own. Yeah, we had this butterfly. Ugh. Was that even showing it? Probably not. Anyway, we had this butterfly here. Am I on the right chart? Are you guys able to see any of this? Trade spotting. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome, mate. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. That doesn't help. So you had the butterfly and you had a target on it. You gapped to that target, which is kind of nice. If you're a futures trader, you'll appreciate that. You had a head and shoulders, you had that full breakdown from that head and shoulders, and subsequently you continued to uptrend on SPY. Ilk. Ilk. I should probably try and keep it slightly neater, right? That's not neat, it's butter. Depends where you want that breakdown, but that would do. Had that test, came in, all these lows were like started to put in the bullish divergence, and then price action started to go sideways but also recover, and then boom, another gap, all-time highs, another period of consolidation, and again this thing putting in a little bit of a gap close potentially. Doesn't have to do it, it's left plenty of other gaps below. You don't have a reversal formation. You do have a touch of bearish divergence in this guy, but only enough to take you back to test the support level within the trend. So finding support here, probably good for the overall market. It's still positive for today, price action today, this SPY, and it probably boost up again. Why did I open this up? I wanted to find the drawings on DJT. Oh my god, where are the drawings? Yeah, so we talked about this. Loads of stuff back here. The danger in this formation is potential if it broke down, how important 49 was, and if it did break 49 it'd probably come in and test at 21. There it is at 22, spot 63. Filled that gap. Rolled over and came back to it again. Benefited greatly from having the rocky outcrop flash at this stage. You got a double top here. You also got like this macro head and shoulders, which is disgusting and could speak to price having a huge breakdown to like nothing, like going to nothing. This is an impulse move. It's a 1618 extension. It's also got a gap, and eventually you'll see DJT at $17 and change. So I think that I've covered it well. A good take on DJT, and I'm quite proud of how that whole thing went. This move back up was enough to fill this gap. Didn't manage to get an 886, and you've got divergence on this peak, and then you've got horrible price action towards the bottom here. I mean, this is disgusting if it breaks down again. So I'm not particularly enamored of it. One minute. Skirting along a resistance line. That resistance, you can see it on the 5 minutes here. this is this channel, price actions in on LPSN. Plenty of areas where it could find support if it did come back down. Lots of areas for it to boost up and put in a higher low. These areas far higher than it was the other day. I like LPSN. I like it. I like so much about this chart. I like so much about the company, and I think it's a great opportunity. I think it's fucking brilliant. I don't think those things about DJT. Good take, thank you. You're welcome, Sebastian. Bullish continuation, divergence on the go, 15-minute LPSN. Is this a good place to talk about a failure swing? I've watched Rocky's video a few times, but I'm not grasping it. I'm a dummy by guess. Justin. Well, you're holding center line, that's positive. I mean, this retracement on the RSI is like quite obviously huge, having gone from oversold to the center line. That's like a huge move down on the RSI. And in that time, price actions put in higher lows. So far less people buying it, in this downtrend. Yet it's hardly gone down price, which is the continuation divergence. It's not a good place to look for a failure swing because you need to break through the center line for it to be confirmation of a failure swing. Otherwise it's just divergence, and divergence is confirmation of the trend more than anything else, especially if this has recently changed. You know, most things when they go up and break through resistance will be divergent. That's why divergence itself, while being such a powerful tool, is really nuanced and difficult for people to get their head around, as well as the fact that there's like 4 different types of divergence, and the terms used to describe them are easily conflated, and that the picture you see on price is harder to tell for a lot of people which one you should be using at any given time. The thing with divergence is to use confirmation. Like, you really desperately need confirmation. You also need price to have moved away significantly from an area to call it a local top before you can start comparing it to other local tops or bottoms, which is where you use divergence rather than in and part of a current trend. You know, you have to be looking for oscillation highs to talk about divergence. Otherwise, it's just all part of the same breath. You know, there's been no exclamation. There's been no punctuation, and you can't really then start referring to divergence unless you've got a really true like-for-like comparison. And it doesn't have to be the same, it just has to be like an actual high or low. And you don't have that there. You've just got like price moving up, which is what I'm speaking to really in terms of like if this just slowly keeps sneaking up, especially on these lower time frames. Like if it just starts putting in slightly higher highs, it's going to be quite obvious that it's still in an uptrend. And when that becomes more obvious to every market participant, then they'll all just buy and it'll all just boost up again. So if you see this thing go to test back above 7.56, 758, right, it could go absolutely bonkers, right? It could just go straight to 0.88. Probably will. And so that's what's up. You know, and I've cautioned a few times on this show about the idea of trying to make the most of little oscillations and people like anticipating things coming way back down again. But that's just mostly their own scars in trading, those psychological scars, which will be like, you know, preventing them from getting the trade they want, and it ultimately ends up leaving them buying it at 0.88 because like their thesis is entirely defeated when price does those boosts up again, at which point they just abandon all plans and just buy because like they feel like they've got FOMO and they regret missing the trade which they identified as about to happen, but the risk was too tight and their entry too low. So those people will start buying it when it starts moving above 0.75, and they'll take the price all the way up to 0.88, where more people will probably buy it because they'll feel the same way. And that's something to think about. You know, there's the idea of these type of trades, reversal formations and breakout moves, and people waiting, which is sensible in most scenarios, but does it suit this current picture? Maybe not, right? Maybe not. So there'll be people who want to buy it here, people who want to buy it higher, people who want to buy it lower, and that's all positive for price. neither here nor there to me. I'll want to buy it at all those places. So what was the question? I can't remember if there even was one. Good to hear it, Justin. Still in from your old DD on Rolls Royce. Well, you Cheshire Cat, you must be flicking minted. This is horrible. Let's just go with this one. Oh. If technical analysis doesn't work, so we called the lows at 65.90 there. It's pretty obvious, everybody can see that. You can go back and you can see the videos yourself. And this trade was a 357% move, which you more than exceeded. Everything's still very bullish here. It's up 659%, Cheshire Cat, 659%. And then some people missed it, so we gave them this other trade. It's up 432%. If we go to the weekly, there it is putting in all-time highs. It's a reversal formation here at W. That recovery to all-time high is very strong. It's come back and tested the previous all-time high here. If it does slip further down, 50% retracement in around 162, is that possible? Yeah, it's possible, but and if you've never taken any profit off the table, maybe now's a good time to do it, but it just keeps pushing higher, you know. The chances are it finds support at that peak, 450-ish, wherever it is now, sort of. And then if that doesn't work, then maybe I'd look to 300, but at some stage this will turn around. It's just it's made it so far and proved so much. You know, you might be looking for it to keep moving up towards 950, $1,000. Maybe more, you know. Anyway, I've done loads and loads of work now, and I feel my blood sugar is dropping. Thank you very much. Nord became a member. Thank you, Nord. An hour ago, and I missed it. Where is it here in the chat box? Nord, thank you very much, Nord. I appreciate that. Welcome to the team. Nick, $5, and ZS Peters with the $10, and L Baker Matthews with $25, and Kush with the $10. So that was brilliant. You guys were brilliant. That was all an hour ago that ended. And since then, I've been working, getting a sore back, working, and reminding why it is that I should be better off doing these shows on Discord for people. $132 likes, 130 people watching, 2 new chat members. Justin Pickerel gifted a membership to somebody. Boom, 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 boom. Who got it? Who got that gift? Cannon on a hill. Cannon on a hill. It's a good place to keep a cannon. On a hill, on a boat. Oh man, you need to get something to eat. Willful Lucky. Go eat, Tradespotting. Eat? No, I'm joking. My blood sugar's fine. What I mean is the quality of information and the level of work that I'm putting out there would, under normal circumstances, elicit more generous response from chatbox. So Thank you very much for joining, Nord. Thank you very much for that Nat membership gift, Justin. Thank you yourself, said Peters. Welcome, Fiend. Great to have you. Great to have you. If you are a member and you've been gifted a membership, think about renewing or extending or upgrading that membership and being part of the team. And Cannon on a Hill, thank Justin for getting you that membership. He's very generous. He's not a man of infinite means, so it's very good that he did that. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you very much, Justin. Cannon on a Hill, if you're watching, which you might be, say thanks to Justin. Great to have you here, said Peters. Nice. Positive messages from other people. Boom. See, I get loads of this. This thing's full of sugar, I imagine. Does it say it? Carbohydrates, of which sugar 7.9 grams. How many grams are you though? It doesn't give me a percentage. Oh, that's just per 100 milliliters. And there's a litre in it. So that's 70 grams. So that's shitloads of sugar in my belly. I definitely renew my gift of membership. Thank you very much, Sir Cat. Very much. Thank you. Hey. Oof. GameStop still holding 24.50. I like to see that. LPSN still holding 0.7229. What's it doing on the itsy bitsy time frames? Still all right there. Which chart were we looking at? On this one? Is that where we did the more recent drawings? Is it? Yes.
I need a volunteer.
A volunteer.
Come at me with an imaginary knife.
Peter! Rhymes is easy. $10. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, sir. First super sticker. It's the first super sticker. From Peter, Resin Zizzle. Resin Zizzle? Resin Zizzle. Thank you very much, Peter Resin Zizzle. It's appreciated. 10 buckaroonies and a nice little sticker. Eh? That'll cheer me up. Membership here and in Discord is the fastest way to level up. It very much is. Cheesecake reminds me of my Italian grandfather. Why is that, Sarah? Tell us more about that. Thank you, Peter. We've had 2 great Peters today. Remember the dog that looked like a horse? That was a highlight, wasn't it? That was a highlight of the show today, for sure. I'm jealous. I didn't know where there were stickers. Me doing my stretches. I've been doing those stretches. Jake sent me these stretches and they're actually quite comfortable doing them. Even if you don't have a sore back, they feel like they're good little things. So I've been doing them. Cheers for that, Jake. That's how people have described me before. How have they described you? How have they described you? I'll hold my tongue, Katie, tell me. He used to get a cheesecake from Sam's Club every Sunday. You see, the older you get, the more dangerous cheesecakes become. Cheesecake. A dog that looks like a horse. It was alright, that's what you're saying. A dog that looks like a horse. Do you tell them to go and fuck themselves when they say stuff? You're joking, obviously. You're joking. Who are these people? I get angry. These people can fuck off. We need to work on your short-term memory problems. We need to work on them. Do we? They're already bad enough. How's about a dog that looks like a bear? Yeah, Katie knows about that. Oh, yeah. Katie has a dog that looks like a bear. It looks like a raging bear, yeah. The photos of other dogs approaching KT's dogs are funny. Like, you wonder why you know. You do well to not let that eat other dogs, KT. My dog looks like a rat. That doesn't sound like fun. Those dogs are really annoying. My dog looks like a deer. Wow. This sounds very majestic. Does it have antlers? Your brothers can say stuff like that though, Katie. Of course your brothers can say stuff like that. Sending ticker requests? Lisa put the ticker request link in. She's very smart. YouTube do take a big percentage chunk. They take 30%. They take 30% and then they tax you because they think they're doing you a favour by taxing you there at the point of the donation, which isn't doing you a favour because tax rates are different for international YouTubers. So it's not really doing you a favour. It's just making more work. But I definitely appreciate generosity, so I wouldn't complain. But yeah, YouTube take a huge percentage chunk. They do take a huge chunk. Man, what an exciting time to be alive. GME birthdays just slowly evaporating, your generational play finally starting to take shape. Rocky looked in very good spirits in his last stream, let's go. ZS Peters, SZ Peters, why do I keep saying ZS? ZS. What is that? Sounds like a set of trainers or something, ZS. It's SZ, Jamie. SZ Peters, what a lovely message, thanks very much, it's appreciated. It's appreciated. Hopefully, he also looks even better again this stream, and everybody gets real positive. Hopefully. Costco has a lemon meringue cheesecake that's chef's kiss. Costco have a decent carrot cake too. It's decent. It's decent. It's not amazing, but it's decent. I started running to offset the cheesecake consumption. Good on you, Karen. Good to see that. LivePerson just in love with that line. Is it still in love with the line? It is, you know. It's not even that important, but it loves it so much. What's the volume like today? 2.31 million. Average volume 2.39. Market cap 64 million. Share float 69 million. That'll make sense. Institutional ownership accounts for about 71 million at the minute on this thing. We'll get that up and show you. Oop, 62 million. Oh, 62 million. Oh, 70% of the company is owned by institutions. Is owned. 64 million dollars in it, 62,500,000 shares. So the float of those institutions, 238 of them, 235 are long only, none of them are short only, and 3 of them are hedged. There's BlackRock's reconstitution recently. Here's Vector Capital Management. Vanguard still got a massive position. Divisadero, Street Capital Management, and Solil Partners. Both taking on nearly 5 million shares each. I'm getting a percentage chunk there. That's all new. That's all new. New institutions taking on 5 million shares each. It's hard to describe that as anything but bullish. Here's a covered call ETF that includes them. All these different ways of making money with LivePerson with these different instruments they're using. The Knights of Columbus. The Knights of Columbus are long on Lipson. What is that, a position for ants? Hey, Europe are involved. They can piss off. Allianz can totally piss off. Citadel. Citadel. 0.72. They can also piss off. Fuller can piss off. Credit Suisse. Oh, what a shame, eh? Anyway, that's all of these people. Aren't they wonderful? Big long list of them. Where's the short interest details on this thing? This is not the page. Is this not the page? Sputter. It's just the put call ratio. That is obviously bullish there. Most recent filings there. Ay. So they've got a total of 62 million shares. And the float is only 69 million. Joe and on, welcome to Fiend. Joe and on, good to see you. Thanks for joining, appreciate it, mate. Welcome Joe and on to the team. Joe and on. GameStop's so boring without Roaring Kitty, the man. Wow, I get so many mixed feelings. I'm not going to do what everyone thinks I'm going to do. I'm not going to do what everyone thinks I'm going to do. Our fair-weathered friend, our fair-weathered kitty. You know, I'd said that before, a fair-weathered kitty, and people started giving me shit about it. 2,000 calories in every spoonful, Orbital. Oh my god. Oh my god, they should feed that to people in hospitals. Well, I mean, here is, like, to speak to what the man was saying there, right? Here's Chewy, right? It's boring as shit, right? It's boring as shit. And Roaring Kitty, in his most recent details about his portfolio, shared his filing in Chewy, and it's absolutely boring as shit, right? On a 4-hour time frame, Let's see it over here where we called it. Right, this is where it was interesting when Ron Kitty, if at all, bought it because we were talking about it, but had no other reason to do so. Gotta get out of this place. Right, so this is what we talked about. Lucas, who did the drill this morning, we talked about it together on Discord, we talked about it here for a lot of people to see, and we did it in voice chat and shared charts and all, and then we talked about the entry would be guessed in at around $14 and change. Rocky did it on his show, live on his show, and talked about 1388 or whatever, right, like the actual low it got to, 1488 or something, whatever the low was here. Where was it? He got it spot on, so 14 whatever. And he talked about a couple of different trades you could do, and he talked about the move all the way up here to 38 something, 38.79 or something like that was his exact target. And that was dead interesting, right? It was all dead interesting. And then price sort of retraced a little bit. And Roaring Kitty shared his position somewhere in around here, wasn't it? Somewhere in around here, $22 or something. At which point, it was only half as interesting as it was down here before he was involved. And so Chewy was way more interesting when Rocky Outcrop was talking about it. Now that's not a slight on Fairweather Kitty, not at all, and I don't think he owes us, or in particular me, anything, not at all. But it wouldn't be true to say that he's made it any more interesting. He's certainly not made it any more interesting. It's in fact way less interesting than it was before he was involved. So, you know, like, if not a slight on the guy, and I'm saying that on the off chance he ever hears my message. The truth is, like, I don't need to say that for your benefit. If you think I'm slighting him by saying those things, fuck you, right? Tough shit. Stop reading into things that I say that aren't true. You're a dumbass and go fuck yourself. I'm not saying that to the man. I'm saying it to anybody who has any problem with anything I ever say. Fuck you. I don't give a fucking shit. So, tough luck, you know what I mean? Start your own YouTube channel and go piss your pants, right? In fact, piss up a rope, you silly fuckstick. I don't give a flying fuck about anyone who has a problem with me. You're all dumbasses. But I'm willing to listen to critiques that could make the show better for other people and make things more fun and interesting. But it wouldn't be that Roaring Kitty makes it more interesting. You know, like, it's all our own decisions, isn't it? Like, these things that we trade, it's all our own decisions. And in particular, me and the team here, you guys focus on your own plan and your own actions, and you might benefit from other market participants' behaviours, which I'm sure you're grateful for. But, you know, you don't owe the people anything, right? Like, they make their own decisions themselves. Like, they don't do it because you're in it. Quite the opposite. I mean, for example, Roaring Kitty didn't say a peep for 3 years as the price was going down, and he could have got involved at any one of the different moves had he wanted to. So, you know, I don't think he got involved because of, you know, because he wanted to help people out or he wanted to make the story more interesting. Though I'd say that his contributions do make it more fun. I don't think we could then say, well, when he isn't talking about it, it's no fun or it's not interesting. You know, we just have to manage our expectations around different factors rather than his involvement exclusively. So that's what I'd say. It was also, like, super interesting when I started, well, not when I started, but when I was doing GameStop TA that whole time, talking about it all the time, and then Roaring Kitty came back, and everybody was like, wow, Roaring Kitty's back, can't wait, hopefully he does a live stream. And, you know, conversations were all about how excited everyone was, looking forward to see Roaring Kitty talk about GameStop. And, you know, you tell me, I mean, has he added the value to the thesis since he's come back? Has he improved your understanding of the technicals? I mean, what can we take away from what he's done that will benefit you when GameStop's all said and done? When we take the money and the profit out of the picture, what can we say he's done for us, right? What can we say he's done? And if, say, a bus came along tomorrow and it knocked both him and me over on the street, which of those tragic deaths would be more harmful to your trading career, which would be have the greater impact, right? I would like to know. I also think that there's a massive missed opportunity, having seen like the fractured state of the community, the extreme antagonism you get from certain influencers in GameStop, and the overall toxicity that comes with the GME elitist rabbit ears crowd. I think there's a massive missed opportunity for some form of teamwork, right? Now that teamwork doesn't have to be compromising anybody legally, of course not. I don't think it has to be, I wouldn't express it in any sort of entitled fashion. I think it's just a huge missed opportunity, a huge missed opportunity to improve the culture of this phenomenon, this cultural movement that is GameStop. And this expression, like, no fighting, right? No fighting. Yeah. Like, for example, LPSN is a crazy good deep value trade. It's absolutely got the potential to change people's lives. It could make a massive difference to the retail investor movement. And it's going to happen whether or not you get involved or he gets involved or anybody else that opens their mouth about it from now until the time hell freezes over, right? It'll still probably happen because it doesn't rely on us. It relies on the board and market sentiment, and there's millions and millions of people who will later buy it who've never heard of me or you or him. And the price will go up there probably and change people's lives. But it could happen in an instant if he was interested. And there's an awful lot of people who've put an awful lot of effort into the community who will never see anything like the rewards he's done, and he's benefited from their efforts. So if it was me in his position, I would feel compelled to engage with those opportunities that are there, clearly there for him to engage with, right? Now, things like these stocks, they could be a good interlocker between these influencers. It doesn't have to be here sat next to me doing a show, or mention me or you guys or in his communications. But there's so many opportunities, and that's just me. I'm picking my own stuff because it's relevant to me. You pick your own shit if you want. The point isn't the content, it's the mechanism. There's so much opportunity there that's not being made use of, and I don't know why that would be, I don't think there's some grand conspiracy or some deliberate ignorance there. I just don't know why, and not knowing why it isn't a problem, but it does make me think like there's a missed opportunity, and a missed opportunity, I'm not a huge fan of that. I like opportunities being taken, exploited to their full ability. I'm not particularly a big fan of them being missed all the time. So I do wonder, is it true that if a bus came along and ran over, all of the people who've been trying to level up the investor base in their skills and abilities, if that bus took a big long journey running over everyone who's ever done it, who would be the worst loss, right? And so these are more important conversations than those that people tend to have, right? Not that bus exists, right? It's a silly hypothetical. What I'm speaking about is the cost to us as individuals, our power in the markets, and the change in face of those markets. It isn't like that fight began with Roar and Kitty. That would be an extremely absurd comment. So that it seems also self-contained, and that makes me think like there's just so much missed opportunity, just so much, that I don't understand why that opportunity cost is a reality for everybody, right? Every possible GME influencer, every community, even those who hate me, whatever, who don't care, right? Honestly don't give a flying fuck. All those different potential outcomes which are lost is a regret, right? It's a regret. It isn't my fault. It certainly isn't. Try best. It does strike me as like that's what comes to mind when people make comments like, "It's no fun without Roar and Kitty" or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, part of me thinks like, "Oh, that's a reflection on what I'm doing in the show here and how people aren't having fun." But that's not fair because I myself I'm trying to make GameStop seem incredibly enthusiastic and fun when it's going sideways. That's not what I'm doing. Price moving is what makes price exciting. Like Bacon Pancakes was saying, it's the same expression that the man's putting out there, that Bacon Pancakes is putting out there. So I don't critique the man for it, but it does reflect then on a missed opportunity. And that missed opportunity, that's Roar and Kitty missing it. Nobody else. Not a single other. But it's all his opportunity, all a collective opportunity for everybody that is being missed by him. And don't you think that the reinvigoration that would come from some collaboration, even if it's very tacit, maybe implicit, and there's so much opportunity for that in this land of memes, why is it so like that? Why is it, right? For example, I'm well aware of my thesis on GameStop. I'm very confident in what I think the business is going to do, and I'm closer to the information, let's put it like that, than a lot of different people. And so my conviction in the future of GameStop and my thesis for where it's going to be, what it'll look like in future, and the reasons for it making that transition I am very confident of them. And and when it became clear to me that conviction was probably true, and when certain things that happened, which I can talk about later dates, happened, I thought to myself, well, a good idea now, a very good idea, is to reach out to other communities who are also close to the truth, who do hard work. It wasn't an important factor to consider whether or not they're good at the veracity of the data. Just the general approach that they take, is that a moral and ethical one? And are they positive people? That was an important thing. And are they close to the truth? And reach out to those communities. So you'll have seen me maybe on the PP show and supporting the PP show because of the fact that he's a good guy and what they're doing. A lot of people don't like him. I don't give a fuck again. They're close to the truth, and he's a good guy. And it seemed like it was the right moment for some form of outreach in that way, because it's all one island, right? It's all one island. So I thought that let's do that, and it's a positive move. It doesn't benefit me, nor do I say it benefits him. That's not the point. It's the overall synergy benefits other people, and the PP show has been correct and is correct on a number of things that will be surprising to the greater community. So I made that move and made those efforts, and he was very gracious and is very kind, and so it was well received and benefits everybody. Don't think it doesn't have any massive benefit for him, right? You could have hundreds of people on the show if you wanted. The benefits are for other people, right? So why is it that other people don't do that? Why is it that our heroes don't make those moves? Why is that? And I'm not critiquing them. I'm wondering why it is. Like, is there any good answers? I'm going to check in the chat box. What have you guys said? Is there any real answers? Right? Even if you think they're silly, what would it be? Trayvon, let's bring the continued breakdown from a trend line it was loving. I mean, it may start to break down. It's very difficult to cover it or call that a breakdown. I mean, we're down to the 7 minutes and it's still a higher low, and that's like foolishly divergent there. I mean, it's difficult to describe that as a breakdown. Where is that trend line? Here? Bear with me a moment. Here we are. Great. So I'll keep that up and we can be well aware of what's actually going on, or otherwise there. So why is it? Like, why is there that? You know, especially when he said things like no fighting, so he's aware, perfectly aware of what the current context is, and his memes could be said and could be easily argued to include shout-outs to people like this channel and other channels too, you guys as the community, right? He's not speaking to me when he shares a William Wallace meme of the guy shouting freedom. He's speaking to the sense of feeling and that style of communication that you find in that movie and in this chat box. And that's positive, but all it really says is that he knows where the door is, and the question is, why does he not walk through it? So what's the answer? Like, you guys will have your own thoughts. What do you think? I think there's confusion about idols and heroes. There certainly is. You're a good man, TS, and thorough. Thanks, Ishmael. I know all this, though. You make a good point. I have learned a hell of a lot more about training and understanding charts from you, man. Thanks, Adrian. I don't think that was the sole takeaway, though. It was mostly about speaking to my own credibility and why it's a real option for him than trying to gloat about something. Though it is great to hear that that's true, and I appreciate you, Adrian. Thanks, mate. Interesting perspective. Also hit like. Thanks for calling. Can we add a bus to the emoji calendar? The emoji calendar is kind of set in stone for Lipson, but I can look at where a bus might fit in. I think the answer to it is that the fact that learning communities are harder to build. Well, all the more reason to get involved, right? It's a legal mess for him, in my opinion. Cool, well, share the burden, right? You know, share the burden. A problem shared is a problem halved. I think that it's a lot easier to interact with the stocks that we're talking about than it is with this channel directly. And like, if he likes a stock, he could do that. You could easily say that he likes a stock. I'm not saying he should do that. That's not what I'm asking for. I really don't want that to come across the wrong way. I crucially do not want that to. The point I'm making is that it's not all that hard, right? It's not all that hard. You know, I've said a couple of times, like, I took legal advice more than once about what to do and not to do on this channel. And not that long ago, ahead of doing particular things that I'm doing at the minute, I took legal advice again, and I can tell you that you can quite easily interact with other channels, quite easily, like I do, so why doesn't he? You're fun sometimes, especially when you had the emoji game. Who are we talking about? Me? Okay, Keanu. Yeah, okay, Keanu. Who's Keanu? Where's he at? I don't have a tail, I'm a human. The man is a human. Oh, I want to go to the casino. What if the bus had to maintain a certain speed throughout its journey? Like the milk float on Father Ted. We love that one. Omnibus. Jerome drives the bus, obviously. Yes, Jerome. Tracepoint, are you advocating that Roaring Kitty should take a more active role in educating people? Well, that's one avenue into more of a cohesive and well-meaning community, isn't it? I mean, I'm not saying this community, I'm saying the overall grander community would be better served with more teamwork, and that doesn't even have to include us, right? I say even, it doesn't have to include me at all, right? Not at all. That's not the point. The point is more some people, right, if you look at I don't know if you do, right, a lot of people do, have any oversight over the dockets that are being analysed by the guys at the PP show, or I might read some of them myself, or just the bankruptcy proceedings that are happening with BBBY. And there's a lot of information about Ryan Cohen in there, a lot of conversations about Ryan Cohen. And the community, right? The community, the cultural phenomenon, right? Isn't GameStop, it's you guys, right? You are the strength in GameStop. It's not their potential, right? Because I've met fuckloads of potential and it's not worth shit. It's not worth shit. You can't measure potential, you can't weigh it, you can't push it forward, you can't slow it down, you can't do fuck all with it. Potential is perhaps the most meaningless, useless shit on planet Earth. The word itself has done nobody any good in the history of humanity. Potential can fuck right off. I couldn't give two flying fucks about potential, right? It's GameStop. GameStop has a lot of potential, right? It's got more potential than most companies in the world. And it's not worth fucking shit, right? That's my strongly held belief, and it's true about all things. I couldn't give a flying fuck about potential, and people who spend time talking about potential are, generally speaking, idiots, right? Idiots. That's true. It's kind of a big word, right? Considering how it's used by stupid people, potential. But honestly, I've got so little time for potential. I don't know how the teachers in the chat box feel about that. But honestly, I hate it. I hate it, right? Potential doesn't count for shit in any sum I've ever done in the world. Potential isn't something I include. And GameStop has so much potential. But the good thing about GameStop isn't its potential. It's you guys. It's your ability. It's your commitment. It's your determination. It's your consideration. It's your strength of feeling. It's your conviction in your beliefs. It's the passion you have. And it's the determination you've made to align yourself with good people doing good things, acting in groups of one. And that is what benefits GameStop, and that is what benefits Ryan Cohen, and that is what benefits Roaring Kitty, and that is what benefits me here. And I think it's the most important thing, and one of the defining parts of the culture here, is that you have to respect that. Right? And as little fuck as I give about potential is directly correlated to how much of a passion I have for and respect for you as the actual answer, as the face of change, as the real driving force behind the change that the world needs to see. It's you, all of you guys. Right? It's nobody else, it's nothing else, it's only you. And you exist not just here in this chat box, but across all sorts of different places. In life, online, in different communities, after different hobbies and passions. It's you, and you exist in so many places. And you share all of these spaces with each other and other people who are there at the same time or different times. You share these moments, you share these spaces, even not if at exactly the same time. And it's all about you. Everything about GameStop is actually you, which is why when the technical analysis doesn't look great, when the fundamentals aren't yet properly aligned, and when price is going down in a relentless trend, I'm still here. Because it wasn't for the technicals, it wasn't for the fundamentals, it certainly wasn't for the trend. It was for you guys, and that was why I was here. To add power to your punch. So when there's so much power that could be added to your punch, why is it not being exploited, right? It's just potential. It's just fuck all. It's just worth fuck all unless it's used, right? Unless it's properly used. And it's not being properly used, right? There's so much power could be added to your punch that's not being given to you when it costs nothing to give it to you. Maybe a little bit of time and effort, right? Don't have to put in the same amount I've done. But Roaring Kitty wasn't here for over 3 years. Over 3 years. Right, 1,258 days. 1,259 days it's been since the January 21 squeeze, right? And I could start every show and often do think of saying day 1,259. But what's the fucking, like, it's only going to annoy people after a while. Because all it speaks to is unexploited potential, unused potential, huge waste, huge opportunity cost that you've had to bear. And it does annoy me. Like, it makes me really fucking angry, in fact. And I don't blame that on Roaring Kitty. That's not me angry at him, but it is a truth. It's a truth that if you put it to him, I would wonder how he would respond to it. So it's not that I think that he should exclusively be more focused on an educational bent. No, not at all. I think that he could be, and he would add shitloads of power to your elbow if he did. But it doesn't have to be that. Sometimes, and in this movement, maybe it's humour that does more damage, and maybe he could interact more with those opportunities. And it doesn't have to be, obviously, as I say countless times now, anything to do with me or us specifically. It could be other people. But why doesn't it happen? Why doesn't it happen? Call me Sammy Davis, TG. Where did that wicked looks? Miles Davis. There he is, Randy Cheney with a joke. You aren't cool unless you pee your pants. That's the joke. TG, English isn't my first language. Does pissing your pants mean something good? Does he not care about feelings? Lipson. Finally, my Lipson order filled. Good to hear it, L. Baker. They aren't really nice. I know, Sarah. They're not real nice. And back to the Asian carrot cake. What else did I miss? Trade spotting. Are you advocating that Roaring Kitty should answer that one? And we answered impulse nor. That's very dramatic language to use in an uptrend. Trade spotting. I think there's confusion about idols and heroes. I certainly agree. I am a deep value Team Slayer mentality. You dig big time. You guys really are the deep value. Deep value. So, it wasn't just me talking at you. Like, I genuinely wanted to know the answer. It seems like a lot of people misunderstood what I was saying. Like, there's a huge opportunity cost that you're bearing from the fact that everything's so self-contained. Those dockets about Bed Bath & Beyond and Ryan Cohen, people speak about him as having a great control over the Reddit crowd, right? And I resent that expression. I resent it so much. I resent it to my very fucking core because he doesn't have any control over me. He doesn't any at all. And that description is aligned with this idea that he'd be diluting at our expense as well, which again doesn't match my investment thesis with regards to GameStop. That's not how I see what's happened. And so when people talk about in Bed Bath & Beyond, the old board before the bankruptcy, they talk about how to handle Ryan Cohen because they don't want to attract negative attention from his Reddit crowd that he has the impact over. that he seems to control, quote unquote control, I think like a great way, a great avenue out of this unfair criticism is for him to express that it's not him in control of the Reddit crowd, that it's in fact people making a big difference that he's grateful for. And there's nothing wrong with him saying that. I mean, I think that would be taken very, very positively by the community. And I don't just mean us, I mean the overall community. Yeah, I don't ever see that. I don't ever see that response. And I do look at everything, right? Everything, all the tinfoil, all of the data, all the fundamentals, everything you can imagine about GameStop. I am aware of it all. And I haven't seen that expression. I haven't seen it. I did see Ryan Cohen go on a show and talk about tweets. And I liked that he made that effort. But that was a number of years ago now. And the show of the guy he went on has said awful things about GameStop that are not based in fact, aren't real analysis of the company, and are an entirely emotional expression, which I find extremely strange from somebody who had the CEO of the company on their show, right? Maybe it was the chairman at the time. Who gives a shit? The point is Ryan Cohen was on the guy's show and then he was bearish on GameStop. So why is it then, with such an obvious opportunity, with such a positive likely outcome, and with such easy accessibility, is it that we don't see these opportunities being taken by these people? Why is that? And then to end that, because nobody's really answering me, Roaring Kitty, Ryan Cohen, you're very welcome to come on this show anytime. You'd get a very positive reception. I don't say that in any sense of expecting you to ever hear these messages, but it goes along with what I've just been saying, that I only have a love for you, and I would do my best to help you articulate and communicate your own objectives in a way that would be beneficial to the investor base. I definitely think that I could help. I'd put an awful lot into it, and I've got a lot of skills in that regard. So if you think that would be useful, there it is for you. And that's the truth. You have reminded me of a quote from the late, great Brian Clough. He asked his players, "What does practice make?" They all replied, "Perfect." But then Brian shook his head and said, "Idiots." Brian Clough, he's a legend. And one of those players he was talking to was Martin O'Neill, who later went on to be the manager of Celtic. And that speaks to, good work that you pass on through the generations, right? These lessons, like Homer's Iliad, very often they're never written down, they're just spoken. Thank God they're now recorded. These are the opportunities that we all have. Talking about that, football's just started. Spain will be kicking off their game now. But genuinely asking, Lipson is potential, no? But what do you mean by the word potential? It's deep value, Sir Willis. Like, I believe in the efficient market hypothesis. I think things gravitate to, I know that things return to the mean, and I think that they gravitate towards their true value. So, what do you mean potential? I mean, like, potential energy exists. I wouldn't deny potential energy. And like, there's meanings in the word that have validity. But the expression we have is of potential is like this idea of like what could be, right? And what could be isn't worth fucking shit, right? It's the here, the now. It's like what we know to be true. It's the next move. It's the next step. Right, it's the one foot in front of the other, and it's the direction that takes you, and it's the trend, right? It's the trend. It's not potential. Like, potential, it's just a good middle word to use in a sentence. Like, it doesn't count for shit. It's not worth anything. You're right, Jamie took it in his own direction. What did we take? Yes, speed. Yes, well, it was the milk float in the end. The macro conversations are valuable, folks. Valuable. Practice makes permanent. What happens if you practice the wrong way? Yeah. I think what's that movie called where Will Ferrell is a basketball coach, like something, you know, and these, like these type, that's a movie that got this reference. So there's a lot of different examples you could use. The thing that's good about practice is that if you're trying to do something that relies on a particular framework or sequence of decision making, that there'll be times when you're trying to make those decisions, but you won't have the mental capacity to actually make them in the moment in a considered fashion. And so they need to be reflex, they need to be done without thinking, you need to be able to act immediately. And in those times, practicing that sequence of events, practicing those means and methods can make it so that your operations are more efficient. And that is a big part of risk management, and it's, you know, speaks to the need to practice certain things. And practice obviously derives experience. So practice itself isn't inherently good or bad, nor is potential. Potential is just fucking meaningless. Practice can be great, it can be absolutely crucial, but the method and means of your practice are important. And so just repeating things, well, just repeating something isn't worth shit. It's about putting it in context and doing it the right way, so that when it comes to needing to act in that way, you can do it. But like, basketball is a good one, or any sport, because you'll be practicing these things, and it doesn't mean that just because you've practiced it you should do it. There's a time and a place, and typically you'll be practicing how to perform and what to do at a specific time, so that when that time arrives you can act and you can strike and you can make the difference and you can follow through on your plan. Right? So like, there's, you know, I don't think Brian Clough just ran people around a football pitch over and over and over until they got tired and then was like, great, now just do whatever you feel like and you won't get tired and you'll be better. No. Like, also in those particular examples there's teamwork and so on, so understanding your fellow teammates makes a difference. Anyway, we're getting a little bit off the point here. I agree, practices can be helpful, but you want to be doing it properly. Semi-pro. She has potential, was always on my school report. Lazy answers from my teachers. Cheshire Cat. She has potential. School reports. Fucking school reports, man. You can't be good at something unless you practice. Mistakes result in valuable lessons. Yeah, mistakes. Learning from your mistakes. Practice. There's benefits to practice. Practicing the wrong thing, obviously, not so much. Brian Clough was lucky, you know, I suppose lucky, but he's the appropriate person to be making that comment because he knows what good practice is. 10,000 hours rule. 10,000 hours. Yeah, it takes 10,000 hours to become expert. If you consider your whole life, your whole working life to be 40 years, and for you to work 5 days a week and take holidays, then you might only ever work 70,000 hours in your life. So 10,000 of them devoted to anything that isn't your job to become an expert is a big ask, which means you need to start doing it as young as you can. You need to put as much time into these things as you can, and you need to develop your skills and experience to reach that 10,000 hour level, so that you are a professional, so that you are good at what you're doing, as good as you can be. And you want to reach that target as quickly as you can in your life, so that you're able to exploit it with your fungible, flexible, energetic brain and body, whatever it is, the endeavour. But potential, I don't know about potential, right? You can't sell it for anything, that's for sure. France are up 1-0 against the Spanish. LPSN, it's not really moving. 0.43, ain't doing much. GameStop, 0.29% down. 24.38, it's not doing much. That's an important horizontal level though. Chewy, all that potential. Costs. My face wasn't even on the screen. Oh, how funny. So, yeah, I mean, do you want to come back to that when things just aren't moving? It's power hour and things just aren't moving. Peterson says at. What did you say? Where is it, Peterson? What did you say? I love a Jamie rant, man. Phew. What have you done for me lately? Says Diana. What? Potential is Latin for could be strong. And what happened to those Latins, isn't it? Now their language is dead and who no one even knows where their country is. Splushing is what drew me into this channel even more. If you think he's fun now, you should be there for his Splushing. So much learning, so much fun. Yeah, we'll get the Splushings back soon. I just need to have like the rest of my life sorted out so that I don't feel like I'm wasting time being irresponsible. I'm practicing to be Miles Davis right now. That's great to hear, TJ. Keep it up, man. Keep it up. And time it too, right? Time it too. I mean, probably most people already know this, but all mammals, especially those that walk on 2 legs or are above 3 feet tall on 4 legs, they take on average 21 seconds to pee, whether that's peeing their pants or peeing in a field. 21 seconds, that's due to the length of the urethra. Most people know all this, so I'll not go on too much about it, but you know, if you count how long you're taking to do your pees and it lasts less than 21 seconds, then you might want to get yourself checked out, and you certainly want to drink more water. So it's a good test if you're rehydrating, if you're hydrating properly. Lipson tested and bounced off the 15-minute 50 simple. There it is. The 236, the 50 simple, the continuation divergence with the lower lows on RSI to higher lows on price. If it does manage to pull it from here, it could easily come down to test the 382. That would be losing the 50 simple, and then maybe you'd be looking for a test of the 200 period moving average, which is at the golden pocket. So I wouldn't put all my faith on that 382, 236 breaks. If this is a bounce, which you could easily expect it to be on the first pass, but you're having that first pass now. If this recovered its own moving average, the RSI, and to the center line, then I'd likely see it in the bullish control zone, at which point it would be getting very exciting again towards the end of the day, where if I wasn't doing this stream and wasn't doing other things, you might see me slapping to ask at the end of the day there. So we'll see how it goes in the last 45 minutes maybe, but then how long will the stream have been on for? Maybe I should just end it now. 128 people. That's good to see. Appreciate you guys watching. Thanks very much. Thank you very much. Name the movie. Just let it go, man. Just let it go. Grid, off-grid games. The answer is yes. Brew Lee, you legend. Brew Lee. My God, Brew Lee, some of your memes are incredibly funny. I've had hundreds of laughs from your memes in the last few weeks. Hundreds and hundreds of laughs. If you're wondering, what is it? What's that? What? I don't know if I'll join that Discord. It sounds too educational. I'm just a regard here for the laughs. Well, the laughs are much more frequent and much deeper there on Discord, on the LivePerson thread, on the free site there, thanks to people like Brew Lee. Reincarnated snail. I knew it. You were right. You were right, off-grid games. So, you know, if you drop your keys in lava, right, let them go. Just let them go, man, because they're gone. But in terms of a movie, I'm not sure. What movie is it, Randy? Showed up late for the end of the day. Maybe already covered Tesla, but maybe I'm seeing a pullback to the MA 10, maybe 20, very overextended. Maybe. My God, the message disappeared. Oh my God, did it even ever exist, or am I imagining it? I like dropping my keys in lava. That would be very difficult to operate your vehicle. Deep thoughts. Yeah, SNL are copying Jack Handy, and they did it long after my dad wrote a song about it all. So, SNL, I mean, if anyone from Saturday Night Live's watching, remember when you guys used to be funny? Remember? That was good, eh? Remember that, Saturday Night Live? Remember you guys used to be funny? Oh, they were the good days, huh? That was great. Back when you used to be funny. Jamie, have you dreamed about the chat box? Well, that would mean I'd need to sleep, wouldn't it? Was it before you were even allowed to watch TV, Sarah? When we moved to Northern Ireland, we moved to Ireland. I was very young. Richard was younger still. When we moved to Ireland, and we joined this school, very competitive school. We didn't have a TV. We didn't have anything, and I didn't know anybody. There was a hot girl living next door, who got a lot of my attention. But we didn't know anyone. We didn't know anything. We're in a tiny, tiny village, and we didn't have a TV. And it was just our mum. And we said, can we have a TV? And she said, no, you can't have a TV until such times as you're top of your classes. Can't have a TV until such times as you're top of your class. So we had no TV for a good couple of years. Well, maybe a year. I look back on that period of time and think how it totally changed my life. How it totally changed my life. I had nothing but my own self-discipline. That was it. That was the only thing I had. That and the work I needed to do. And the self-discipline it took to get it done. And that was the only thing I had. That was it. And I'm so grateful for that time. So grateful. And to my mum for having that insight. That's why you're so smart. Yep. Now you are TV. Ha! YouTube ain't TV. I had a TV, but I was always reading or playing outside with my cousins. That's nice that you had one. The having of one though is half the damage, right? The watching it's the other half, but like just having it is damaging. I think. For me anyway, not having it. I came from a very different scenario to then end up without the TV, Very different from some very extreme change in circumstance there, which was a supposed part of the benefit, that change in and of itself. Knowing that it wasn't available there and it wasn't an option and it wouldn't be. And then we both were top of our classes after not too long, and we were allowed TVs, and I didn't particularly care. We were given TVs in our bedrooms and everything. Right, Rocky got a TV, I got one. It was back when, it would have been cool and was cool to have a VCR player as part of the TV. And we got one, and I didn't ever use the thing. Didn't ever want it. Right. Which was the lesson, really. If it had had this sort of shit on it, I'd have eaten it up. I'd have watched it all the time, and my mum would have made me watch it. It would have been like prescribed work. It would have been part of the regime. And like, anyway, whatever. VCR players are so expensive these days. They are, which is annoying when I try to put family videos and digitize them. I've still got that TV that I got that time. It's here with me, and I'm going to use it eventually to digitize all the family videos, but you need more than that equipment to do it. You also need a computer that hasn't been flooded, so we'll see, but I'll get that done soon. Good on Spain, congratulations, thanks for keeping me updated, Nick. Yes, TVs are a piece of shit. I'm not interested in TVs. The fact that you can now get them connected to the internet and you can get YouTube and then you can watch me and Rowan Kitty and Rocky and other helpful people is a good idea, but I'm not a fan of TVs. I don't think kids should have TVs, but like, you go ahead and do whatever. Go ahead and do whatever. They're your kids, you're allowed to bring them up any way you like. Isn't that generous of me? You have reminded me of a quote from Jeepers Creepers. What's happening in the chat box? It's just mods now. Where is everybody else? It has to play in real time, so it takes a long time to digitize. That is a very good point, Sarah Herrera. Mind you, I'd enjoy watching them all, so I wouldn't mind. Joy Moss Bernie. J Moss Bernie is here. Phew. Time for the greys to rise up, says Nana. I don't let my toddler have screen time. We play outside or with toys because screens are so bad for behavioural issues. I have no experience of that, but I can imagine you'd be right. My daughter has a TV, but she never watches it. She recently asked if she could watch Child's Play after never watching TV. Hey! Your daughter seems smart though. She's probably smart. She's your daughter. You learn more when you're quiet. True story. Still here reminiscent of times past. I'm not a mod, I'm a regard. That's true, Colin. I'm planning on buying a VCR again just because I like clunky old electronic gadgets. Alright, Dink, how you doing? Good man, Dink. Good to see you everywhere I see you, Dink. The plan to buy a VCR. Hey, I love a plan. I love a good plan, especially when it's put in action. What are you going to do with it? Little Buddha. Hey there, good looking. I love your stream, but could you look at OPTT? Ha! Ha! With one hand he giveth and the other he taketh away. 5 memberships, you lucky people. Look, Little Buddha, look at that. J Moss, oh my goodness. Dink. Low-key trustworthy. Boom, BMJ Shadow, the mod, the legend. Look at that. Little Buddha, J Moss Bernie, Dink, low-key trustworthy BMJ Shadow. Boom, congratulations. Thank Lisa for that. That's a big gift from Lisa, who already does so much for yous. Really good of you, Lisa. Thanks so much. Kenny Flash Lambo, yo, the DVD player VCR combos are usually less old and work better until they don't. Sarah, how the hell do you know all this stuff? Best channel out there, says Kenny Flash Lambo. Best channel. The best channel on the whole of YouTube. It's the greatest thing we've ever seen in a million years. Thanks for thanking Lisa. Good one, guys. Cheers. Good on yous. Sarah, how come you know so much about this? It's weird that you know so much about this. Hey, right, what's price doing? Where's the line gone? You loved the line a minute ago, now you've disappeared, line. Come back. Come back. Oh no, oh my god, that 50 simple has crossed below the 200. Let's see if you can undo that price action. Let's see if you can undo that cross. Though that wasn't really be all and end all 1 minute moving average cross. Where are these moving averages here? Higher lows so far. So far so good. Back above that 50 simple here. At 200. You can conquer that again. You'll be conquering the moving average as well as that line. That's not terrible, but you know, considering what it did before, it's not beautiful either. You're gonna roll over, but then you've not really got. Suppose that's a lower high. So what are we looking at here? Huh? Price. I'm like reticent to ask it to do anything because I get the impression that it hears me and then does nothing to spite me. So I'll probably end this show at some point and then regret having that conversation about potential, which was really not about the word. That wasn't the point I was trying to make, though it is a shit word and it is meaningless. And what I meant was the opportunity cost. The opportunity cost of not acting on opportunities there. Not of being trapped in one, but of not acting on them. I don't like the tag that the community has got. I don't think it really applies to me. You know, the idea like Ryan Cohen has a lot of control over the Reddit crowd, I think was the quote unquote. I don't think that really applies to me because I don't give a fuck. But I think that that it's about, you know, the movement is capable of being described that way. And I resent that on your behalf. I think that these people don't have any control over you. They definitely shouldn't have. You guys make your own decisions, and it's through the force of that decision that you have power, not because somebody else can direct your activities. I think, if anything, if that was taken to be a truth by yourselves, you would all resent it too. But it's how you were all described, you know. It's how you were described by the previous board of Bed Bath & Beyond when talking about countering Ryan Cohen's offers to buy the company and how they would manage any implications of rejecting his advances. And it was about trying to ameliorate any damage from the Reddit crowd, as they were described, as you were described. So yeah, I think like, fuck all that, you know what I mean? And if I had seen that, which I did, I would want to counter that narrative, which I have done here. So I won't regret that, and I would anticipate you guys would be of the same mind. So we'll see what happens there. That is made up nonsense. This I suppose you can do, but I don't think it's all that meaningful. Hey, you're finally getting a potential buy. Finally getting it. You could easily see this come down to here to be that potential buy though. So I'm going to just use this to make this point. Wow, you're very big now. We don't need you up there so big and overbearing. We'll keep this guy. Though I can't remember exactly where that link came from. I'll own the 382, not bad. Same, not bad. Not very clean though, not very clean. GameStop 24 spot 33 down in that 15-second time frame. I feel myself, in the last 2 weeks, I have said on the stream more often than in the previous 3 years combined. There's been lots and lots of It costs hundreds of dollars. What does? Spain 2-1. Congrats. Good luck, Spain. Nice to see it. Thanks. I do care to know. Cheers. Cheers. I paid a friend to do it initially, and those copies all got thrown away, and then he was actually a bully and stopped being my friend, so I couldn't ask him again. Cost hundreds and hundreds of dollars. I will let you know when I find a reasonable, reliable one. Awesome, Lisa. That's really helpful move, that. I know that these things mean a lot to people, so that's a big favour you'd be doing there. Good on you, Lisa. Good on you, Sarah. Yeah, fuck that guy if he's a bully. What's his name? What's this bully's name? Tell me. Trace button 2-1 Spain. Yay! I'm looking for one for some reels taken off my older sister back in the day. Good one. Wait, these are great. These are great things. You know, these are great things. Getting that stuff digitized, showing those memories to people. That's a huge, huge, huge gift. It's a miracle to some families and some older people. So that's positive. Awesome. Awesome news. I'm richer today. Stocks are down, but I have a trade spotting membership. Dink! Dink, 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 dink. Dink's a great guy. He's funny. He's a nice guy. I want a video of Rish Lumba announcing my conception on his TV show Restored. That shit's hilarious. You announced your conception? You announced your conception? That's frickin'... That's awesome. That's like Jesus type stuff. Phew! Sarah, just don't wait too long. The film keeps degrading, especially if you keep it somewhere not in a perfectly controlled atmosphere. Just read that LPSN has a 79.8% institutional ownership. Seems like a pretty good sign there. Doesn't it? Doesn't it? 78.9% institutional ownership sounds fantastic. Did I not have that up somewhere? Excuse me while I go and find it. I see that the likes are currently at 162. That's fantastic. Thank you, everybody. Institutional ownership on LPSN is 70.57%. 70.75. 70.75. Which means that, you know, outside of institutions, there's plenty of insiders that own it as well. So 30% minus the insiders of a stock that's got not that many shares available anyway means that we really don't need the whole wide world to be interested in LPSN to see it go up to ridiculous levels. We don't need it at all. The fact that it's been on such a strong and relentless downtrend previously has spoken to the an opportunity, a slightly less obvious, little bit ambiguous and opportunity that we're able to exploit exclusively because of our experience in the markets and our skills when it comes to trading these type of stocks, and the dynamics that persist in greedy people's mind that have left us with this huge opportunity. Go away. Are you guys looking at this? No, you're not. It's just me looking at it. Sorry. This is the percentage ownership. So like 64 million they've spent on those shares, and as you can see on LPSN, current market cap is 62 million. So they're long, they're underwater. The people that are short have borrowed a lot of shares in order to get to where they are. And so it follows then that if those shares were borrowed from institutions who are long on the stock, that those institutions are now underwater, that they eventually will want to get those shares back that were sold short. Those locates that they're providing will soon disappear. And if that is the case, then they can't be using them to clear out FTDs. And it could be said that it represents a massive opportunity for us to exploit dynamics ahead of an uptrend because we really believe in the strength of the company, not because we're trying to use these market dynamics in order to punish the dumbasses. But that would just be an extra bonus, an extra consequential bonus from our actions, which would likely lead to an increase and further acceleration in the trend. So let's just it's hard to get upset about that institutional picture on LPSN. Prices, it's hard to get upset about them considering where they were not so long ago too. Same be said with GameStop. Nah, you're on the paid side of Discord, aren't you? Just check that Lisbon thread, and it's got all of the information, all of it, about what John Sabino will be getting, and the other shareholders, all the other insiders, what they'll be getting if they meet their targets. It's kind of irrelevant, really, how many shares he gets, because of the price targets he needs, $8 in that, like $8, which speaks to incredible rise on prices in Lipson. So it's not too much to worry about. That's a clip. What was a clip? What did I say? What's a clip? Am I behind time? Did I even say anything there? You'll have to remind me. I want another Lipson dip buy. Guess I need to go read that. Get in there, read that, Nana. Get in there and read that. Did you not read some of it? No. Get in there and read that. I'm going to get more coffee. What time is it? 8:30. Fuck. I'm going to get a drink of something else. Wait there. There's that thread. The short interest on Lipson recently has been interesting. It fluctuates between 14 and 10% quite often. Available floats typically around 60 million. Total outstanding shares is about 75 million. People often talk about the profits and that, and here on the show today it's been mentioned too, like, oh, they're disappointing or they're not meeting targets, but they were exceeding expectations. And really what your picture is coloured there by the net profit being negative. So that turning around will have a huge impact because it's so dominated the thinking, and the investment thesis is very much a deep value play, especially if it manages to capitalise on new partnerships and stabilise its revenue. There's significant risks, those competitive pressures, the decline in revenue in the past. People would look to the insider selling, but that was because they were firing people and ditching them, and so those people needed to vest their contracts because they ain't going to have no money left. And the way it works with these deals is, like, you sign them up and then they have to stick to their non-compete when they take those shares. And I call it a non-compete, but that's not the only mechanism for it, but you definitely need to follow through on your side of the deal to make them do the same. And tech sector volatility is likely very positive, especially if we see any rate cuts. Anyway, I'm back off the screen again. How does that keep happening? Is it my posture? Hello, I'm back. I'm back. You'll never guess what I just did. Along with eating a cheese string. You probably wouldn't have guessed that part. You could probably guess this bit. Cheers, everybody. Do they make a beer with your logo on the front of it? If not, you should get onto them and find out. 21 second P. No, but shortly it will be. Yes, Karen, get yourself on the Discord. Just a big S would do, right, Sarah? Just a big S. Anything's your logo if you want it to be. James. Maybe I'm blocking the microphone and you can't hear me properly. Is that the case? No, Sarah can hear me. That's good news. Somebody won't listen. Oh my god. Who was that? Who was that? Oh my god. I might not have got a better chance today, so there it is. GameStop still being itself. It's not being anyone else yet, which is good because everyone else is taken. Everyone else is taking. What? AMC's not done anything. GameStop has come down, tested that support level. Still sideways price action. Still not bad. Not bad at all. 15 minutes. Stretch it out. Stretchy stretch. I suppose this is the worst drawn diamond in the history of drawings. Is that more appropriate? It sort of is, right? It's sort of more like it. I mean, I'm doing all this and I hate diamond formations at the best of times, but that's sort of more like it. Has got 0 touches, that top right hand line so far. So how's it going to get 3 before it converges? How, Spotter? I don't know, right? That's why I don't like diamonds. I don't like them. They're useless. They often don't have any touches on the right hand top or right hand bottom, depending on the direction of travel. Hey, that's nice. Go for it, GameStop. Hey, look, other people are following my lead. Hey, get back above that line. I took it quite close. Everybody else, that's on you now. It's on you guys. That's a joke, don't do stuff like that. Right, so, VIX. Still in 1250. That's what I think is going to happen. It's just, I don't think it's going to happen by the 22nd of July. If it does, then I don't know what just happened in the world, right? Probably the Chinese banks, the Chinese hacked the Western banks. That's the best case. Like, that's the most, I mean, what else is going to do it? Maybe a solar flare or something like that, but like that's got nothing to do with humans. And still, it could happen. It could be something like that. It's just, we had that a lot of solar activity recently and it didn't make any difference to the stock market. So I'm thinking it'll be the Chinese hacking our banks. I mean, it could be Russia launching tactical nukes, which would draw France into the war, which would draw the rest of us into that war. So I don't think Russia would be stupid enough to do that because they'd get completely wiped out. Like, they'd get absolutely battered if they were to do that. It would be the stupidest decision they've ever made. But they do make stupid ass decisions on the regular, so possible. But I wouldn't suggest that's what it is. I think somebody there would be smart enough not to push the button. Whereas the Chinese hacking banks. 10 minutes left. 10 minutes. Lipson? What are you up to, Lipson? Daily positive, 4 hour. It's a bit to go yet, but that's a huge wick down, and most of this is positive. 1 hour, so far so good. 10 more minutes of that and you'll get another positive 1 hour close. Higher highs and higher lows. 15-minute time frame, 3 in a row. This guy's come up and tested resistance. You're at the point of decisions being made now. As I can attest to. Oh, was that me? Whoops. What's the volume today then? 2.58 million. That's up on the average volume. That's an increase. Well, all those people who like volume, they'll be excited about that. We're super excited about that. Chewy's moved. Chewy's moved. That was a silly push down there. It's accumulated there, that little opportunity. Positive close coming up for Chewy because of that nice impulse move. Nice smooth impulse move there. Body closes at 236, so this is a high and tight flag. I mean, there's only 8 minutes left, but we're on the 1 minute time frame, so it's definitely possible. Now, watch this drive. Anyway, this is silliness. Like, it's not going to get it right yet. It's not done anything, but if it did, right, if it already did, then you could be pushing up 25.33. That'd be all right. It's a little bit much to ask for that. And the further down you go here, the more you are into tomorrow. The fact that price post-market and pre-market likely move again, having seen this volatility towards the end of the day, I wouldn't expect you to get the fullness of that flag working out like that. Let's just go on the idea that it breaks now. GameStop has had that move too. Like to see it back above these important horizontals, and it's not flagging, it's just pushing up. The resistance level tested once, held support there, probably tries it again. That'd be good. Though you're very lack of time now, real lack of time for it happening today. Costs, on the other hand, getting completely shafted. It's down 7.24%. That's nothing to speak about its actual move down from the highs, which was tested this area. It did fill some of that gap, but not all of much of it, and it's down 25% since that. Brutal. Lipson 7216. I don't think we can quite draw a flag on this guy. Not yet. I mean, you can go back and draw a flag on it if you want. I even tried to do that earlier, make the point there, but I'm not a huge fan of any of this. It's just sideways price action. Consolidating at resistance there. That resistance being this close, this wick here, so that zone from 7.4 to 7.8. You break that, you've just got 8. There's nothing else to look to, and it's already turning around. So with like these bullishly divergent lows here, turn around, new profile, back above center line. That's 15 minutes. You've not got many of them left. You've got 5 of these guys left, which doesn't speak to any velocity, really. Any velocity there. GameStop. Where are our drawings? Come back, drawings. We got our drawings back. Oh no, it wasn't on this. It was on Chewy. Still, it's between those two lines, and that's likely where it looks for support and resistance over the next few minutes anyway. There's that retracement back down to that one of them. Back down to one of them pretty fast. This guy I mean, that was just a totally made up line, so the fact that it's doing stuff is interesting, isn't it? It's magic, it's magic, LPSN. Oh, I didn't expect that. Four minutes left. 4 minutes left. Excuse me for a second again. He was a guest on one like a couple of months ago, and I felt personally mentioned, lol. Then he was like, I wanted this to be a mirror for a trader to look at themselves through. Who? What? Microsoft doing kind of thing today. LPSN, bing bong. How many members in Discord? Yep, members are numerous in the thousands. Yeah, thousands and thousands of members on the Discord. It's you know, serious place. Thousands of members. Like Rocky's Discords existed for something like 6 or 7 years, right? And Rocky started his YouTube channel and was monetized long before I ever made one video, and I made videos long before Ron and Kitty ever started talking about GameStop. But the point is that I'm trying to make that Rocky had a group of maybe 50 to 100 people who would watch his shows, log on to Discord and get really intense coaching about things. And you know, Ethereum was trading at like $10, $16, $70. You know, Bitcoin was at like £3,000, $3,000, and Rocky's really into crypto. You know, like when we were back in 2008, 2009, 2010, and around those times, Rocky had a Bitcoin miner on top of his fridge. And he's really into crypto and always has been, and would be explaining to me what Bitcoin was, and I'd be saying things like, "What are you talking about? Wait a minute, go back to the start." And then months later, I'd be like, "Here, can you try explaining that to me again?" So the point being that Rocky took people from, you know, if you're wondering, less than $1,000 and they're trading, and took them up to millions and millions of dollars, more people than you could count on your hands and toes. And those people, some of them don't trade anymore. They've just got loads and loads of money. And you would see those people every so often on the Discord. And the point is that, close in less than a minute. The point is that you'd still see me. I was going to do something there, but I'll just do it tomorrow morning. The what was the point I was making? Yeah, thousands of people on Discord. Some of them there long before, you know, long before you would have discovered me. And those people would have a really strong relationship with Rocky, but you might not see them all that frequently. And every so often you do, though. And you're in very good company, and there's a well-trodden path to success there. And I contributed to with a 16,000% move on RSR, which a lot of people benefited from. And it was my first ever endeavour, my first ever dipping my toe into this online conversation about trading. Rocky asked me for a ticker to talk about, and he himself had KFC and drank wine and vodka and did his own sploshing back before I started. And when he got incredibly drunk, I took over and did the RSR trade. It went up 16,000%. So, you know, that was also pretty nifty. You didn't need to put much in that to make a little bit of money. Boom. So, close Lipson, 0.72. Another green day. Chewy, also up 0.2%. Not as much of a percentage move as Lipson, but it's up. Slipped below that 236, so it's not a high and tight bull flag. Rejection of that line. Hold 24.78, that's probably quite positive. GameStop, 24.57 on the close. Up 0.49%, also positive, but finding a little bit of a struggle street in around that important horizontal level. Bullish divergence on the lows, return to the top side of that trend. It wouldn't have been ungrateful to ask for more on that. You certainly could have done. It's just a little bit much to ask it for above 25. Especially when you saw that previous rejection. Mind you, there was a strong test of support here with the inverted head and shoulders. Didn't get bullish divergence on that side of the trend much. Tiny touch, but not much. MACD also had some bullish divergence on the MACD and the signal line though. More significant, more obvious. At this point you've got nothing really. Your bullish divergence in this leg of the trend spoke to that bounce. The fact that it didn't take it at this horizontal, yet put in that higher low in RSI, that maybe explains that bounce, and maybe you didn't really expect to get much more there. Bitcoin back at 57,870. Holy shit, mate. This is close to being breaking back into that previous formation. That's interesting. Ethereum still holding 3,000, very, very good. Only needs to get inside this guy, 3,150, and then some other alts doing very well. Already recovered those important resistance levels, and you could probably even take that down. You could take it in even more. Still, that's quite positive. Nvidia continues to move to the top side because people keep buying it because it's in an uptrend, and it keeps doing that uptrend. Microsoft, I mean, again, like, look at it, it's dead obvious. This is why I like this thing so much. It's just so obvious. He's got an eye for it, so he does. Whoops. Well, thank God it was that screen and not the other one. Lucas, Vic, BMJ, and some others had a great one Sunday. I think El Baker was there as well. What have I missed in the chat box? Nice. Manage that risking, you'll never catch me slipping. Let me lispin up. I love the Discord. If you can time the live meetups and be present, it's brilliant. Darn tootin'. Book Club is also free to join on Discord, but it's for nerds. It is an excellent resource and free for people on Discord. Definitely get involved in that. If you're serious about your own journey as a trader, that's a great option. Books are great because people put the entirety of their life experience into them and sometimes spend years and years writing them with help from the best people they know in that topic, and trading's no different. And we on the Discord consume all of that knowledge, all the benefit of that experience, add our own value to it, each of us that are reading the books, and then contribute to each other's success. That's very, very positive. And for a while, Rocky's been eager to get the authors of the books to come and join us, which they would be open to doing. Probably every one of them that's on that list of books that's alive would be very open to coming on the Discord. Some of them have said so, but you need to have it so that the people contributing to the Discord reflect well on the community. So it's very strict there, right? You have to be trying, you have to read the books, you have to contribute your thoughts, and you have to put in considered thought to what's going on, so that when we do have the authors on, which is going to start soon, they leave with a positive impression, at least as positive as they would have when Rocky and I first reach out to them. So, you know, there are some benefits, obvious benefits, that you get from having mentors like Rocky and myself with real experience, and one of them, one of those obvious low-hanging fruit ones, is that we get lots of respect from real traders. Now, a lot of people don't necessarily turn up here and know who I am or put any emphasis on where I might have been or what I might have done in the past, but these people who write these books, they do think like that, and they'd be very willing to share their lessons and the benefit of their experience with people that I invest in and trust. That's you. So you can benefit in a way there that nobody else who ever reads those books can. Very few people ever get the chance to meet the authors, never mind in this kind of environment. So that's one huge, huge benefit, and it's open to everybody on the free side of Discord. That's not on the paid side. So you're all welcome, but fucking hell, I'm strict. I am so strict. People say things like, oh, I couldn't do it because my husband was in hospital, or because you know, my eldest child crashed the car into me and I'm currently pinned to a wall. And I don't give a shit about your shitty excuses, right? I don't give a shit about your excuse. There's more excuse factories being built in America than anywhere else on planet Earth ever. That's also true. These excuses don't count for anything. They don't mean anything. I couldn't care less about them, right? And in all honesty, and I mean this 100%, right? Right? I don't think you should have relationships. I think they're a massive waste of your time. I think you cannot possibly commit to other people in that way and expect to get them to commit back to you. The only benefit in doing that is your own efforts to commit to them. The idea that you get something back, the idea that it would be worth your time, all of that's like a fairy tale, and it's stupid and it's for children, right? It's embarrassing, really. And sorry to tell you, you know, if you're married or have got a husband or a wife or whatever and they're listening along, I mean, that's just my opinion, right? Now, my opinion's like Arshall's, everybody has one, but also not everybody has the benefits that this community brings to people as traders. And so I think that's a top priority, is your own personal development. And the fact that with it comes shitloads of money is what everybody should be focusing on. It should be focusing on advancing that. And if you've got a good partner or you've got a good husband or wife, then they should be pushing you to do more of that, right? So there should be no excuse that involves them. There should only be even more reason to turn up if you have those people in your life, which is congratulations, right? Also, you know, make sure it's for your own benefit, because why else would you be doing that kind of thing, right? So it doesn't count, right? My husband pinned me to the wall in a car and I can't move. That doesn't mean anything, right? Get your computer out, read the book, and be part of the part of the community and contribute, because it's for you. And if you're not contributing and you're not adding value and you're not pulling your weight, then you're dragging everybody else down. And these people aren't just fucking around in the park. These are serious people, your fellow traders, your peers, who really try to change their lives. And this is a really easy, low-hanging fruit way of doing it. So that Discord, that book club, it's for exceptional learners. It's for traders who are going to be amazing, but right now they really commit to being exceptional in their own commitment, their own journey. So that has to be you if you want to be there. Now, it's open to everybody, but if you don't contribute, it doesn't look like you're pulling your weight, then you'll get slammed, right? Vociferously, very, very loudly by me in front of everybody else there. I will not hold back. I will tear holes in you. And you'll deserve that, and it won't be in any effort to then help you level up the next time. It'll be me truly expressing my disappointment. Now, this might not seem motivational to you, but it doesn't mean, I don't mean it to be. I don't care if there's 5 people there. Those 2 authors we invite on the show, they'll come if there was just Rocky and I. They don't, you know, they will really, really appreciate you if you contribute and if you're involved and if you're engaged. But they're going to want to see you as a reflection, and they're going to see you as a reflection on Rocky and I, and they're going to take the weakest link in the chain to be an important part of their overall impression. So that weakest link, that needs to be absolutely brilliant. That needs to be an incredible trader who's really focused on their own development. Now, this is different ways of talking about these things, but it's free, right? I'm not selling it. It's not for sale. It's an opportunity for you. It's an exclusive one. It's only possible because of who Rocky is and because of who I am. And you will be able to benefit more than you would in many other things that you could ever do as a trader. That will accelerate your journey faster than many other things that you might think to do. It's something that's not available to people because, you know, YouTubers, whatever, they don't get that. It's only because of extreme amounts of effort and intense self-discipline and years of effort that both Rocky and I committed, and exceeds 40 years of intense work. And you're going to have to respect that if you want to be part of this opportunity. So put in the work, put in the effort, read the books, add your own thoughts, highlight the things that matter to you, use at least 3 different colors for the 3 different things. You've got rules, you've got psychology, and then you've got trade setups. You would expect each of those to be highlighted in its own color. You would then anticipate, having read the book, that you would then take a note of all these things you've highlighted, and then from that, read them, let it all digest and percolate in your mind, and then write your own synopsis, your own conclusion. Tell me everything you learned from the book, and get the best possible questions you could derive from that information to learn from some of the world's best, who also went out of their way to try and coach others so that they could change the markets. And this is one of their things that they'll do and contribute to their own legacy, is investing in you. And they do it in this platform. So if you want to be part of that book club, you can be. The cost of entry is 0, but you will get eviscerated by me if you don't pull your socks up and try. This isn't some fucking walkabout in the park. This isn't some joke little opportunity that you can take it or leave it. This is a serious fucking opportunity that I want to see you take the absolute most from. And if you don't, that'll reflect very poorly on you, right? So don't show up if you're not going to do the work, right? I fucking mean that. I'm saying that to people I care about, and only the best of you will even try, and I still mean that. There's a little touch of my coaching attitude there for you. Love you guys, so that's what it is. I don't need to be so big. Made that point. Fair, it is fair. It's more than fair. It's goddamn incredibly generous of me, insanely generous of me. In the book club. It's something you'll never get anywhere else. Literally, you'll never get it anywhere else. I always know when he's talking to me. Not big enough, Jamie. Fill the screen. Can he? You know, why is it so shitty? Why is it so shitty and soft and all? It's all like soft. The pixels are all soft and stuff. I'm not a big fan of that. 108 viewers. Well, the show did go past market close, and perhaps people tuned out when I got quite vociferous there. What a lot of different drawings. Do we need all of them right now? We didn't. Welcome to the quick clip on LPSN and GameStop. Perhaps you're wondering why it is that I'm so intently focused on this tiny market cap, absolutely unheard of stock, LivePerson. Well, it's because it's got so much bloody potential. This is potentially, oh my god, I did that, I just shouldn't have been using that word today. It's disgusting. I'm going to take that back. It's not potential. In fact, welcome to this amazing clip on LivePerson and GameStop. A very brief synopsis on these huge opportunities that are available to you that could change your life and the markets. This is LPSN. It's putting in a higher low at the minute. If it starts to move higher and tests anywhere around 0.88, it'll be back at this prior high, and that'll be starting an uptrend on a weekly time frame. On a weekly time frame, that suggests that it could come back and test maybe just the 236 of this huge downtrend. Itself would be in at around 148. And if price is to make it to 148 from where it is right now, and that's at that dotted line, and 148 is in at around there, right? That's a 100% move already. A 100% move just to kick things off and get them started. Because on the 4-hour time frame, as you can see, huge gap here. That would close in at around 240. Now, this uptrend could evolve and it could easily touch these levels. That would be 224%. And the thing would still not be breaking market structure because it wouldn't be putting in higher highs against this previous move until such times as it does something extremely distinct from where it's been previously. Another gap, close that in at around 8.78. And I can tell you, even though the drawings aren't on, sure, let's put them on and make it easier. This across the top here, this price action could make it all the way up to $9.50 or $10 price action here. And then you'd be at a macro level of resistance, at which point maybe you'd be questioning market structure and you'd be putting in an amazing uptrend on weekly time frames. And that speaks to a massive, massive move that could completely change your account, and you can do it with really low risk because you don't need to put in lots of money, you don't need to buy options, and you don't need a massive position. And you can make a huge, huge difference to your portfolio with a small, low risk, well-managed position. So it's not financial advice, but what are you trading, right? Is it going to make that sort of percentage move? If it does, will it be off the own back of your own work and a properly understanding price? Or are you relying on some fucking fanny doing all the work for you and pushing it on social media? That's a real opportunity, and it's going to go absolutely crazy. It's going to benefit everybody who pays attention and listens, and they're going to make a huge, huge amount of money. So congratulations, everybody who has the faith to watch what we're doing here, try to make their own decisions, add value, and trade LPSN. So it's not financial advice, but holy crap, I'm buying a lot of it myself. GameStop, it's up 0.61%, and we're here on the weekly time frame. Turn the drawings off and make a similar point here. This thing's made a really strong impulse move to the top side. In that breakout, it tested this downward sloping diagonal. You don't really need the drawings. If you do, check yesterday's quick clip. It's only a few minutes. It retested it after it broke out, as you can see here. That was subsequent to a move up to $65 on open market, and it was up to 80 post-market. And it came all the way back down and tested that breakout. It's left a little bit of a gap, so it could potentially go there again. Potentially. It could go there again, but at the minute it's consolidating. And on the weekly time frame, you can see that it's still at a very high level compared to where it's been previously. So people think the hype is gone. They think it's not fun when Roaring Kitty isn't talking about it. Maybe they're moving over and they want to look at Chewy. Well, we'll look at that in a minute. But GameStop's holding these important levels on the 4-hour time frame. On the logarithmic chart, you can see that this is clearly a period of consolidation. It's got lower highs, it's got higher lows. It isn't breaking anything to do with market structure. If it is to come down and test this important diagonal, turn the drawings on and you can see it there. 1 touch, 2 touch. A third one might be in it around this little green circle. Try and make this dude bigger for those people who like to see bigger circles. Come on, circle. Let's do it over here. Well, we're going to have to zoom in and make it bigger manually. This is where it might go. If price action does break to the top side, you would anticipate it going for around $32. If it breaks down, you've got a broadening wedge formation on the go, which is this downward sloping trend line here. It's touched it 3 times. It's very much real. And prices could easily come back then and test $21.50. Top side in advance of that $32 target in at around $27. You'd be breaking this idea of consolidation. Either direction it goes now would speak to breaking out of this triangle. Typically, price leaves in the same direction it entered, which would speak to that idea of it breaking down towards 21.50. But most recently, it's been trying to recover the center line. On the hourly time frame here on the RSI, you can see it's done so. These previous lows here were bullishly divergent. Between these two areas, it's Class B bullish divergence. Price action hasn't had an impulse back to the top side since it put in that bullish signal, and so it may well be that that's playing out now. It's still the start of the week. Today, Tuesday, tomorrow, Wednesday. The truth of Wednesdays are that they tend to not move that much. People adjusting their options contracts for the following Friday or that Friday 3 months let down the line. And so you might be looking at a little period of consolidation again through Wednesday. But Thursday and Friday, there's an awful lot of opportunity on GameStop. Same would be said about LivePerson. And also then looking at Chewy. We're not going to cost because it's done so badly, we're not really interested. And we said it would, so you can watch yesterday's clip for that. This is a potential head and shoulders, potential. If it does manage to break down by the neckline, that'll be in at around 21.50. If GameStop's breaking below those levels, and these things currently trading at the same sort of price, then it may well be that you see Chewy make a move down too. They share a similar sentiment because of Roaring Kitty's recent trade position. So if we see more there, there'll be more moves to the top side. If we see that there's a little bit of disappointing moves on price action on Chewy, we might see the same thing on GameStop and vice versa. Measured move from this head and shoulders, if you take it from the wick high all the way down to the neckline, and that breaks in at around these levels, you could see it come in and test these previous lows at 14.50. That'd be very disappointing for people. You hold that support line at the previous neckline or this higher low that's in at the minute, then you'll go for a higher body close, testing in at around 40 bucks. Go back up to the weekly time frame, put that in context. This trend line across the top of price action, you can see these wicks, these body closes, could easily come and test those levels. This reaction subsequent to the move down has bullishly divergent lows, pushing back up again. You might expect it to test the top side of the trend. That would be back around 40 bucks. It's done it once off the back of Roaring Kitty sharing his position. The TA said for a minute around $14 that was the target, not because he'd be involved. It's got there and no further because there is selling pressure. This thing doesn't just move because Roaring Kitty's talking about it. There are more market participants. They do have lots of money. And so we'll look to see how it evolves. But at the minute, still positive, could break down. We know where that breakdown would start at, and if a continuation is in play, then that moves to the top side. So LivePerson, Chewy and GameStop, huge moves coming one way or the other. We know where price will break those important levels to tell us whether it's up or down. It's good to know the places it'll go if it's going up and if it's going down. And that's why you hear on this show the potential levels above and below. If it is that you only want half of the data, you only want to know where it's going when it moves up or where it's going when it moves down, then perhaps you want to watch a show by somebody who doesn't know what they're fucking talking about, of which there's plenty on the internet, and they'd be delighted to have you. Thanks very much. $1.99, another great day from Diana Stevens. Great to have you on board, Diana. Thanks very much for the donation. Thanks for watching this clip. If you're interested in becoming better as a trader, there's a free Discord that's run. It's www.discord/RockyOutcrop. It's GG/RockyOutcrop. Discord.gg/RockyOutcrop. Get on there and join in with all the peers of yours that are learning and accelerating. If you don't, they're going to be way better traders than you with way more money in the not too distant future. And it would be really disappointing for everybody to watch you still stuck as a poor when they're all doing so well. So try and work on that. It's free. It's open to you to get involved. There's no barrier to entry. Every level of experience welcome. But you're really going to have to work and actually be interested in improving. If you just want to joke around and have a laugh, there are meme rooms. There is the chart and fun room, and you can have a great time there. There will be people who interact with you, but like I say, they'll be making a lot of money and advancing their own skills an awful lot, and you will eventually get envious of them. So I suggest that you get involved and do the work, really commit to your own future. You know your own future self. You owe that person to start working now so that you can enjoy it later, and it's there, it's open to you. What are you waiting for? Honestly, it's a bad reflection on it you haven't joined already. So that's one opportunity that's free. If you want to accelerate your learning even more, there's a premium side to that Discord, but you don't need that in order to start making progress. So hurry up and join it already. Thanks for watching. Hit the like button. This isn't a charity show. I'm trying to really change the markets, and I mean it. Hit the like button. That goes for you guys too. God damn it, that word potential has infected my vocabulary now. I shouldn't have said it so often earlier today. Merrick, you dirty dog. Best time to join was 10 years ago. I think it only started like 6 years ago. But yeah, the best time to join was previously, and there's nothing wrong with joining today. You're going to make progress. You'd rather start now than later. The first 3 months that you're on Discord, especially if you're committed to your own journey, will completely change your mindset. You will completely change your approach to trading. Everything will get faster, you'll get more efficient, and you'll understand a lot of the things you were doing wrong. The next 12 months, the next 18 months, that'll be a period of hard work where you see what's available to you, where you can glance at the top of the next hill and you can see others around you are already making their way there. And it will be very exciting because you'll have a good history behind you. You'll have the self-discipline that have made it in those 3 months, and you'll know that you can keep going if you just continue as you're currently doing. And that's when people get really excited about their potential. They also start to see some change in their own trading behaviors that doesn't necessarily reflect the pace at which they're learning, very rarely does. But there is this impetus behind your own portfolio that starts making some moves. After you've been in it for a couple of years, you'll have overcome that Dunning-Kruger effect. The more you learn, the more you realize there is to learn, the less that you'll feel like you're incredibly intelligent, and the more you'll feel like it's maybe impossible. And then you'll hit that wall, at which point you've got so many people around you who've already hit that wall and then climbed over it and made more progress, start accelerating again. And that point is very, very crucial to your development. So don't stop, just try harder. Right? And trading is not easy. Nobody ever told you it was. And if they did, they were a fucking idiot, quickly on their way to losing all their money. Trading's really difficult. Doing it properly is incredibly hard. It is very competitive. It's very much the closest thing, other than war, to a zero-sum game. Somebody makes all the money. Everybody else loses. You want to be on that right side. You want to be there consistently. You want to make sure that you're trading and making a real difference to your own life, your family, the people around you. Keep committed. Work hard. Don't think that it's going to start today and it'll end next week. It isn't like that, right? You may get 10 amazing trades. If all of those were doubling your initial capital and you put everything into the previous one that goes into the next, you'd be a millionaire starting with $1,000. You might be able to do that just watching this show over the piece. I'll definitely put out more than 10 stocks that do that doubling effect and do give you that opportunity. But it's very hard to manage your risk. And learning how to do that, putting it at the core of your strategy and being a serious trader involves you really committing to it. You have to understand the mindset, you have to know the tools, you have to be able to choose the moment, and you have to have a plan. And all of that is available from your peers who are making those moves right now, who are doing it on the Discord right now. I checked in a couple of times. There was way more people on there than they were watching this show when I was doing it, and they're not obligated to watch, because the place I want you is in that Discord making progress so that when your life changes, you then can turn around and tell everybody else that this is the answer, right? It's not about me telling people. I've been screaming it from the rooftop for fucking years. It's about you making a difference and showing everybody else that it works. So get in there and make a difference. Show everybody it works. What are you waiting for, right? The next tale is really steep and long, but so valuable to get over. There's Jake. He's one of the absolute legends on there who's making serious progress and helping pull hundreds, if not thousands of people along with him. And that's like a change that he's making to the world around him that's only possible because of who he is. And you'd be very lucky to benefit from his attention. So get in there and look for when Jake says things. Lucas ran a trading deal this morning to help people. I was telling people on the stream earlier, I got loads of messages from people who are on it who are like, oh my god, this guy's amazing. I cannot wait to be at like this guy's level. Truth is, it'll take you a few years. Try it, you'll make it, right? Now, this is not marketing. This is not me selling something. This isn't the features benefits. This is, I have a mission, right? I have a mission. I'll make plenty of money as a trader. I would like support for the show, but that's not what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to level you up because I need a team to change the world. You need to get as good as you possibly can. I'm going to put you up against absolute bastards of the world. And I need you. I absolutely need you to be at your absolute best. So start fucking working towards it now, because that moment will come sooner rather than later.